No, the only thing I like about that song is that it's so stupid.
And because on this day, the 18th of October,
Chuck Berry imprisoned a young woman in his...
No.
Oh, what?
No, he was born in 1926 on this day.
even though he died for a couple of years now.
It was a couple of years.
Yeah.
He died in 2017 at the age of 90.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a dang shame.
My baby beside me at the wheel.
He sure had a lot to do with starting rock and roll.
And in the afterlife, he has no particular place to go. So.
Hell? He's not in it. Surely he's in hell.
No, he's in hell. Yeah, he's in hell.
So there's no place to go but hell.
No place to go but hell. No choice. Yes, we're starting late without an opening number, folks, because we had some technical issues. But Katie was able to, it's a simple matter of, when the guy on the phone says to turn things off and turn them back on again, sometimes that's the thing.
Yeah. We fix things by randomly pushing buttons, you know.
I mean, it may piss you off when the guy on the phone says, have you tried turning off the thing and turning it back on? It does piss you off, but you know what? Try it because about 60% of the time.
It's called rebooting.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, it happens.
Yeah.
Good morning.
We still have some other issues in the producer's booth and all that, so we won't get Radio from Hell TV up for a bit on YouTube.
Katie, I would suggest that you go in there and you turn all that stuff off and then turn it on again.
Reboot Miriam, unplug Miriam and plug her back in.
Plug Miriam back in.
My dang.
No, see, that's the thing. TV's working. It's literally the computer that we do everything else on, including making the posts, making the podcast, recording. That's not working. It won't even turn on. I've restarted it. It won't turn on.
Did somebody check the power cord? Maybe it just came unplugged.
Yeah, see, I thought about that too, but the lights are on. But the screen doesn't come on.
Screen doesn't come on, so maybe it's a monitor. Who knows? Try swapping monitors. I don't know. Tell you what, I'll hold off on the Wendy's commercial until our next break because then maybe you'll have it. Because we all know it doesn't actually happen unless someone recorded it. So
That's right. Yeah. It's the only accountability we have.
Exactly. Unless
our
someone
our word is worth nothing.
Nothing.
Our what? Take my word for it. Your what? No. Our word is pretty much worth nothing.
Yeah.
Weekend okay?
Okay.
Yeah. It was lovely.
I went to a wedding, a family member's wedding, and it was it was at this place out in Sandy on Dimpledale Road called Les Jardins. And
it's French? You went to a French wedding?
That means the Jardin.
I looked at that venue when I was looking at places.
Yeah.
It's pretty, but it doesn't allow alcohol.
Oh, don't. Well, that would make sense because most of the people at this wedding they've taken they've been through the program. You see.
Oh, I see.
They
baptized. That's what you mean.
They've had problems in the past, and now they don't drink. Yeah, they don't drink anymore. So that would make sense. But it was pretty. Big, gigantic greenhouse is what it is. And it's conveniently located right next to a cemetery. So if there's any problems, if anything breaks out, it's right there by Levitt's mortuary. So if there are any problems, you can just move right over to the mortuary.
Wheel them over?
Yeah. If there's any, at some weddings, gunplay occurs occasionally. But it was
a shotgun wedding. That's when the gunplay occurs.
It was interesting that apparently no one had ever heard of the pandemic at this wedding.
And what? So,
no one had ever heard of the pandemic. My wife, and my daughter, I think, were the only 3 people wearing a mask.
We did. When I encounter things like that, I get really sad and worried. And I like to live in this little tiny bubble of where people get it, and then I go places where they don't, and then I'm worried that this is never going to be over.
And the guy who officiated the wedding was a recently ordained member of the Church of Dudism.
Oh.
And the whole ceremony that there was a sweater, Jeff Bridges, a Mr. Lebowski sweater, hanging on the microphone when he went up and he put on the sweater and did the whole ceremony, sort of based around the Big Lebowski.
Mm.
It was what they wanted, and it was, it was. I'm sure there were people there who were going, "What the hell is going on here? This isn't a real wedding, is it?" But it was all based around that, and there was pizza.
Well, okay.
There was a pizza truck. It was very good pizza. I don't know but this gigantic truck with it was all glassed in. You could see in where they're making the pizzas in an oven there, and that was very good. And there was soda and water. Mm. But yeah, no alcohol. That's the only reason you turned it down, Katie. No booze.
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah. Well, as Blaine in the chat room says, what sick and twisted mind would have a wedding with no alcohol?
Let me remind you that in my wedding plan, I plan on having champagne at the altar. So as soon as I do's are said, I get my drink.
Right there.
Including all the drinks that I'll be having up until I walk down the aisle.
Well, if you all want to get married based on the lies that alcohol tells you, go ahead.
Hey, that's how he said I love you for the very first time, so I'm going to go with it's okay.
He could only do it if he was drunk. I got it.
All right, well, let's take a break and get things underway officially after these. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to check in with us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, we can try.
Okay. I'm tired of putting effort into that. Mm-hmm. So if you want to,
it was a matter of tossing out the phone number.
Yeah.
Very little effort.
Okay, well, go ahead. I just see if you can get people to check in.
I like hearing from people in the morning. Lets me know there's actually a live person out there listening.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back after these X96.
Here's your list. This is, you got the intro there, you want to do that? Or
Yeah. Let me just give me a second.
It's a list of 34 cereals that are no longer on the shelves.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if you want to ask, it'll tell you the years that it was available. I'm not going to give that for everyone, and the manufacturer and a description of the taste. Okay? There's Vanilla Crunch.
Yes, I remember this.
You remember that?
That sounds good.
It was delicious.
So it was birthday cake flavored Captain Crunch balls, essentially. Pink Panther Flakes.
I remember those. That was also a good cereal. Good prizes in that one too.
Fruit Brute.
Yes, delicious. Actually, of the monster cereals, probably the best one.
Was it like Fruity Pebbles?
Fruit flavored cereal pieces with lime flavored marshmallows.
Yeah.
Moonstones.
I remember those.
That's from the Ralston Purina Company. Yeah.
As I recall, it was just a crunchy golden cereal, as I recall.
Let's see. Fruit flavor. No, it says it was fruit flavored. Oh. Space-shaped cereal of stars, half moons, and planets.
Okay, yeah.
Donkey Kong Crunch.
I remember that, yes.
Strawberry honeycomb. That's sort of...
Mm-hmm.
That's you know what that is, because I think they still have honeycombs.
Mm-hmm.
Pac-Man cereal.
Yes.
Smurfberry Crunch.
Had that, yes.
They don't have Smurfberry Crunch anymore?
Mr. T cereal. Remember that?
Delicious, yes.
I remember this one.
Golden-shaped letter T's.
Yeah. I think I have a box of this in my drawer at work. C-3POs.
Also delicious. Very good cereal. It was like, little eights put together that were golden and sweet.
Honey sweet oat wheat corn cereal. It said basically like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbuster cereal.
Yes.
Nerds cereal.
Too sweet for me.
Rainbow Bright cereal.
Did not have that one.
Spider-Man cereal.
Had that, yes. Delicious.
Yummy Mummy.
Yummy Fruity Mummy, yes.
Smurf Magic Berries.
What made the magic?
I want to know what were the berries. What?
They're magic.
Morning Funnies. Ever heard of that one?
Don't know that one.
1988 to 1989. Didn't last very long. It was a fruit-flavored cereal shaped like goofy faces in a box covered with comics.
No.
Oh, yeah, the comics from the newspaper on the box. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cereal.
Yeah,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal,
yes.
which they tasted like turtle. Batman cereal.
Remember Batman cereal? Yes, a golden
Breakfast
sweet
with Barbie.
Did not see that one.
That was a multigrain fruit-flavored cereal in shape of hearts, bows, cars, stars, and the letter B from 1989 into the early 90s. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal.
I never had that. I should have had that.
Tiny Toon Adventures cereal.
Vaguely remember that.
Cinnamon Mini Buns.
I remember those.
The Addams Family cereal.
That was actually a good cereal.
That's it. No, not according to this. It says spooky-shaped cereal with a memorable lack of flavor.
No, it had cinnamon in it, as I recall.
Lack of
I remember eating. I thought it was delicious.
Well, that's. I mean, you may have liked it, and that's WWF Superstars.
Don't remember that one.
Vanilla-flavored star-shaped cereal. Jurassic Park Lost World Crunch.
Don't remember that one either.
Reptar Crunch. Whatever.
Reptar?
Reptar.
Reptar is the cartoon character from the Rugrats cartoon. Reptar was like their Godzilla, yes.
That was a Post cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Homer's Cinnamon Donut cereal.
I remember this. It was yummy.
Bart's Peanut Butter Chocolate Crunch.
Don't remember that one.
Monopoly cereal.
Don't remember that.
Who wants to eat
Fiber.
Monopoly cereal?
People who love the game Monopoly. Fiber Plus Berry Yogurt Crunch.
Ugh.
No.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Don't remember
And
that
Sesame Street C is for cereal.
C is for cereal. That's
remember
good
that one
enough for me.
There were so many left out there.
Well,
you had Vanilla Crunch at the beginning, which is a Captain Crunch related cereal. But there was Jean Lafitte's Cinnamon Crunch. That was a Captain Crunch cereal. Jean Lafitte being the pirate bad guy in the cartoons of Captain Crunch, and he got his own cereal. It was delicious.
Yeah, it says here that there are many others, but
yes.
some of them, they were just like limited releases for movies. They didn't. A lot of these they intended them to go on, and then they didn't. Because why couldn't you have a Batman cereal even today? I mean,
exactly. C-3POs were delicious too. It's 6:20. Let's get this over with.
Okay,
I'm ready for that. Let's just dive right into the beginning of the show. I believe we have a sponsor for that, Gina?
Yes, step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step to the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today to see how you qualify.
I wouldn't have
Well,
done
we're
it.
very close to a full moon.
Oatmeal. What oatmeal?
The moon is 95.4% of full. It'll be a full moon on October 20th. The moon will rise today at 6:14 p.m., today being Monday. I believe it's the 18th day of October, or Trucktober, or Rocktober, or Spooktober, or whatever tober you want it to be, in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2021. And, it's also, I think it's National Meatloaf Day. Meatloaf Appreciation Day. Oh, wait a minute. It's No Beard Day. Well, I thought it said, now I'm confused. No Beard Day, it says.
Are you supposed to shave your beard today?
No, it says if you are gay but hiding behind a marriage, you're supposed to get rid of that. You're supposed to get rid of your beard, as they say.
I see.
This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer in the studio in downtown Salt Lake City. We, in our homes, we are broadcasting from which. And then we have Miriam and I believe Cameron Diaz helping out as well. So now.
All right. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to check in like Adam is doing right now. Adam.
Hello.
Morning. Thanks for letting me listen. Geek Show says hey. And Gina, I believe in you. You're not going to ruin the show today.
Oh, this is the first. You usually just cut me to the quick right at the beginning.
No, he usually says you haven't ruined the show. But apparently something's happened, and now
trying to, give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Thanks,
okay.
Adam.
Well, good. That's good. Nicely done. Hey, Adam. It is, in fact, I've looked it up. It is National Meatloaf Appreciation Day, as well as No Beard Day. Do you appreciate meatloaf?
If it's made correctly, yes.
Well, how do you make it correctly? What's the right way to make meatloaf?
Well, you can't put ketchup in it, for starters.
Okay.
That's just, for me, that's just a deal breaker.
How about after it's done? Can I put ketchup on it
dip?
after it's done?
How about dipping?
Yeah.
Okay, so not in the
You
recipe.
can dip it in, but yeah.
How about when I make meatloaf, I wrap it in bacon and cook it.
Oh, bacon makes everything good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, we're all in agreement on meatloaf. So that's
all right,
good.
Adam. Thank you.
That's something.
Let's thank you, Adam.
If we can't agree on anything else, at least we have meatloaf.
Well, not everyone's going to agree on meatloaf.
My kids don't like it.
Let's go to Madeline. Hello, Madeline.
Good morning.
Good morning. I like meatloaf.
Good.
Okay, good.
That's great.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite meals, so yeah. I didn't know it was National Meatloaf Day, but yay.
Well, make a meatloaf, will you?
Yay.
Make a meatloaf, will you, Madeline? Make a meatloaf today.
I should. But I'm just getting home from work, so I think I'm going to go to bed.
Okay.
All right.
Meatloaf later. Bed now, meatloaf later.
When you get
still early for meatloaf.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you, I do like the check-ins.
You do?
Yeah, I've called in a few times. I like the check-ins.
Okay, we'll keep it. Just for Madeline.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure, Madeline. Go to bed.
Whenever I hear the name Madeline, I think of is it Star Trek 4, the one with the whales, because they're back in time and they have to build transparent aluminum. So they go to a chemical factory. It's McCoy and Scotty, and they're talking to this guy about making transparent aluminum, and for no reason at all, it's never explained. A woman walks into the office that they're in talking, and she's holding like coffee cups or something like that. And the guy yells, "Not now, Madeline!" And then she kind of cringes and then backs away. She's never. It's bad editing. She's never established as a character before that.
Weird.
And for some reason, this guy has such fury for this person named Madeline.
I think they must have cut. It sounds like they cut a scene somewhere.
They had an establishing scene earlier that was slowing things down. But then why do you leave that in there? Because for no reason, this guy just lashes out at poor Madeline. She's bringing coffee.
Well, I think it's a good name because I chose it myself. So
I like it. I
All
like
right.
it. All right,
Thank you, Madeline.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. I'm going to find that.
I just found it. If you Google "Not Now, Madeline,"
If you do, it shows up?
Yes.
That's weird.
And she just walks in the room and then turns around.
And for no reason. Here, let me find it here.
It's
That is
available.
very odd.
It comes right up. It comes right up on a Google. There are T-shirts for it.
See if you can find anything having to do with meatloaf in Star Trek, Gina.
Meatloaf.
Yeah, there are T-shirts that say "Not Now, Madeline."
You thought this was just...
I thought... Oh, it's a loop.
Not now, Madeline.
There you go.
That's pretty odd.
Thought it was just me. Okay, all right. I keep forgetting that there are people like me out there on the internet, and they will find a way. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, well, let's see. We have a stalled vehicle southbound I-15, milepost 289 Bangor Highway. It's affecting the right lane of traffic. That's the only thing that UDOT is telling me. Do you have anything to tell me that I can then pass along to other friends of the program? The way you do that is make sure it's safe for you to text, and then send it in to us, 33986. Tim Daly Auto Group is getting new shipments daily of incredible vehicles, all backed by the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Don't wait. Think Tim Daly and think Forever Warranty.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News, Opinioendo, Sports with Amy Donaldson, all coming up. Stand by for all of those things. Wendy's for breakfast. So Shasta in New York, she just texted in, and she's like, do I get out of bed or don't I? And I texted her back. I said, stay in bed. Stay in bed for that extra half hour, because you're going to get up and you're going to make a mess in the kitchen, and that mess will be there with your breakfast when you get home, and you're going to have to clean it up when you get home. So just don't even bother. Sleep in that extra 30 minutes, and then hit the drive-thru at Wendy's for a Wendy's breakfast croissant for just $1.99. So good. It's the earlier Adam said bacon makes everything better. Well, yeah, you can do the bacon or the sausage. I had some really good sausage over the weekend. So you have to choose. That's the hard part. $1.99, you're getting the fresh cracked eggs, the buttery flaky croissant, and your choice of the oven-baked bacon or the sausage that Wendy's does. There's spices in there, the flavoring, that it's just amazing. All for just $1.99. So sleep in and hit the Wendy's drive-thru for breakfast. And at that price, you could get breakfast for the whole all the people in your cubicles around you, your class or whatever it is. Butter up the boss a little bit. Wendy's for breakfast.
Guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house. And
He's never coming back. He's never coming back.
It would hear noises outside and be on alert, and it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung. And I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however. Friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
That's what we wanted to know. Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing, is that it has a motion sensor, so it'll alert me. Motion is detected,
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get a
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. It made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? They're back to haunt you.
No.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think the
No,
cats-
I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head,
Hey.
and he stops. I go, don't
Yeah,
do
but-
that.
Okay, let's get some news going then, and then sports with Amy Donaldson, all in this break. Yes, Big Boy News brought to you by.
Prepare for winter by checking your furnace for safety and efficiency. Get your furnace inspected by a licensed contractor. Another helpful tip brought to you by Dominion Energy.
Tragedy. It was a tragedy. She was one of a kind. An original. She will be missed. Betty Lynn has died.
Who?
Betty Lynn. Barney Fife's sweetheart, Thelma Lou.
Thelma Lou, oh no.
On the Andy Griffith Show has died. She was 95 years
Wow,
old.
95. God bless her.
Betty Lynn died peacefully Saturday after a brief illness, according to the Andy Griffith Museum in Mount Airy, North Carolina. Betty Lynn appeared as Thelma Lou on the show from 1961 to 1966. She reprised her role in the made-for-TV movie Return to Mayberry. In that, Barney and Thelma Lou, they finally got hitched.
Well, I know that the fan favorite was Thelma Lou, but I was a fan of Juanita.
Juanita.
Barney's girlfriend, Juanita. He wrote a poem about her.
Oh.
And he was on the phone telling her. She
Yeah,
worked
how
at
did
the
that go?
cafe, I believe.
Yes, she did.
Juanita.
I didn't know there was anybody other than Thelma Lou.
Oh,
That's when there's
there's a fierce rivalry.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a falling out, yeah. Juanita, dear sweet Juanita, was the
That
poem
was
he
it?
wrote.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it, yeah.
He'd sing to her, too, on the phone.
Yes.
Juanita.
I think he just liked saying Juanita. That's
Oh, that's not all he liked. She gave him free pie when
That's
he
right.
went into the diner.
Now, that's not the only tragedy today either.
Oh, yeah, Colin Powell.
Yeah.
Colin Powell, 84, dies of coronavirus, fully vaccinated, his family said.
Well, he was 87, though. 84?
84.
84.
Yeah, his family said he was fully vaccinated. Colin Powell, who after
4 decades of public service, served as the nation's top soldier, diplomat, and national security advisor. He made a speech at the United Nations in 2003 that helped pave the way for the United States to go to war in Iraq. The speech he gave was lies. It was full of lies. I think Colin Powell, who seemed to be a man of integrity, was too willing to just give a speech based on information he was given without questioning the information at all.
Didn't he later say he regretted that?
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
But still,
he was at the Walter Reed Military Medical Center when he died. Utah. An FDA panel is recommending booster shots of J&J's COVID-19 vaccine, the advisory panel says that the use of booster shots of J&J will be very helpful in providing immune. But again, you see Colin Powell fully vaccinated, and yet he got COVID and died. So precautions still need to be taken.
Yes.
That's why I like when I go shopping, I go grocery shopping, I like to go to the Avenues Smiths, because mostly everybody there wears a mask. Certainly the employees do, and most of the customers, because, well, it's the Avenues.
But my Harmons, pretty much everybody masked there. But yesterday I was driving and Mohammed said, "Can we stop at like the gas station and get a snack?" And I pulled up and there were so many cars in the parking lot. I just went, "Yeah, no, you can have a snack when we get home." Like it was enough to make me go, I don't think so.
Now you could have said that anyway.
But I mean,
there's always a snack at home. Can you wait 10 minutes? Come on, really? Utah reported on Friday 17 new COVID deaths. That's just too much. Way too much. 1,493 new COVID-19 cases. Well, it was a bad day yesterday in Little Cottonwood Canyon. A woman died Sunday evening after a rollover crash in the canyon, which held up traffic for a long time there. The vehicle was driving down the canyon around 5:30 p.m. when the crash occurred. Sergeant Melody Cutler said it appears that the vehicle took a sharp turn, went into the opposite lane, overcorrected, hit the side of the mountain, and rolled. No other vehicles were involved. The woman, later identified as 21-year-old Mandy Danielle Oberg of Lehigh, died from her injuries. She had been coming down. The police think alcohol may have been involved. They were coming down from the last day of Oktoberfest at Snowbird. A man was arrested in Moab, Grand County. Officials with the Grand County School District shared frightening details of how a man easily accessed 2 Moab schools this week while posing as a student. The man was later arrested after he followed 2 students home and entered their house.
Jeez.
The district said that the 19-year-old man, later identified as Tu Nyo, entered through the front door of Grand County High School Tuesday and began mingling with students before school started. In a release sent Friday, the district claimed that although Mr. Nyo is 19, he could easily pass as 14.
Wow.
He entered the school office and was asked by employees if he was a student. He said, "Yes, I am." However, a real student said, we don't know him. We don't recognize him. And he left the premises. After leaving the high school, he allegedly walked to another school, Margaret L. Hopkin Middle School, where he was seen playing on the playground. An employee of that school approached Mr. Nyo and brought him to the office where he told officials that he was 14 and he would like to go to school at that school.
Creepy
a member
weirdo.
A member of the middle school staff called the high school, who relayed what had happened earlier in the day, leading employees to call police. When officers arrived, they took him into custody. It's not known what happened afterward, but apparently he also followed some students home. I think the poor guy just wants an education. I'm sure that's what it is, Gina.
Well, he can get one in prison.
Sure. He very well likely will. The state of Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes has signed the state on to a friend of the court brief in
he does
support
a lot
of
of these.
Well, a lot of states do.
I know.
A lot of states do. He signed the state on as a friend of the court brief in support of a Texas lawsuit over the controversial abortion law in Texas. In the filing, the states avoid weighing in on the legality of Texas's extremely restrictive law, which prohibits abortions around 6 weeks of pregnancy. However, they do challenge the federal government's intervention. The order below threatens to expose every state in the union to a suit by the federal government whenever the U.S. Attorney General deems that a state law violates some constitutional right of someone somewhere.
Huh?
Well, that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me if the U.S. Attorney General feels that constitutional rights have been violated, that's what they're supposed to do.
I see someone's constitutional rights being violated. Oh, I'm sorry, Sean.
Utah is among a number of states that have highly restrictive abortion laws in place.
Yes.
The Attorney General has no authority to act as a roving reviser of state law. Well,
they do.
Yes, they do. I don't understand.
These people have their jobs and they don't know what their jobs are.
Jury selection beginning in the case of Ahmaud Arbery. This is a really horrible case. Hundreds of people have been ordered to report for jury duty in Georgia. This could be a long, very long trial. 3 white men are charged with stalking Mr. Arbery as he was out jogging and then shooting him. He was 25 years old. He was not doing anything other than out jogging.
And there's video of this, which is frightening. But part of the video that their attorneys want taken out is the license plate on the back of the truck that they were driving, which has a Confederate flag on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh well, that's not. I think that's a very important piece of information.
Yes.
Well, that's why they want to take it out.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that's not relevant to the case.
I think it's quite relevant. I'm not Sean Reyes or anything, but I have a feeling that is quite relevant.
Former President Donald Trump has been ordered to answer questions under oath in a lawsuit today. He will be answering these questions remotely. He's not going to court. His attorney said this could set a date for a deposition in another case as well. The lawsuit's involving allegations that his security guards roughed up protesters outside of the Trump Tower in New York and allegations of defamation by former Apprentice contestant Summer Zervos. These are two separate cases, but they're both going to be they're going to question Trump about both of those. They are just two of the cases in a massive civil litigation that Trump faces post-presidency. He's been able to put all of these things off, the allegations from various women, but now that he is out of the presidency, it's apparently easier to go after him.
Isn't Barack Obama still winding through all of the lawsuits against him when he left office? All the women that came forward,
not that I'm aware
business
of.
No.
practice. Is he still going?
Not
Were
that
there
I'm
any
aware
of those? Even one?
No.
Even one of those?
Not that I'm
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
So the first first film crew in space has returned. The Russian actress Yulia Persilid, director Klim Shipenko, and their veteran Russian astronaut guide Anton Shapovalov launched on a Russian rocket to the International Space Station on Tuesday. Now they are back, safe and sound. They were there on the space station to shoot scenes for the first feature-length film in space. Cinematic sequences in space have long been portrayed on big screens using sound stages and advanced computer graphics. Never has a full-length movie been shot and directed in space. I'm guessing that it will look better, it will look more realistic in the special effects movies than it does with the...
Well, unfortunately, we will never know. I left lens cap on. Very embarrassing.
No, the whole time.
You know what's very embarrassing is that capsule
that took them to the space station. Then, of course, it remains attached to the space station until it's time to go home. And they were doing a test fire of one of the thrusters on that capsule a couple of days ago, and it went too long, and it knocked the whole International Space Station. It rotated it.
Yeah.
It was quite dangerous and almost knocked it out of its orbit. Now, they were able to get everything back under. This is the second time a Russian capsule has done that, has disturbed the orbit, I guess you would call it, of the space station in a dangerous way. Now, they got everything repositioned. But
well, I learned from Sandra Bullock that if you have a fire extinguisher, you can put it back into the...
Excuse me, I learned that from Wall-E before Sandra Bullock,
Before
okay?
Sandra Bullock.
Let's see, I think that's about it.
Are we good?
I think so.
All right. Weather, traffic?
So, mostly cloudy this morning, and then about 70% chance of rain likely this afternoon, starting probably about 3 o'clock. And then rain mixed with snow overnight. Carrie, you might see a little flurry or two up by your house. But there's even a winter weather advisory for higher elevations tonight into tomorrow. The snow level drops tonight. We could see flakes mixing with rain and for Tuesday morning's commute. So could even see a little bit of it down here in the valley. And it will be that way through tomorrow. And then we'll have about 3 or 4 days of sun. And then next Sunday, looks like Saturday into Sunday will be the next chance we have for some rain. Traffic has been very good this morning. I only have one accident to tell you about, and it's up to Tremont. Crash westbound I-84, milepost 34. That's the only thing UDOT's reporting. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. No, we just have no masks in Utah County, somebody is saying. So that's...
To which I replied, is why we stay away.
Yeah. Not surprised, I'm afraid. If you see something, if you want to report, traffic, free ladders in the road, or whether people are wearing masks somewhere, you can do all of that via text at 33986.
All right. Let's Sports with Amy Donaldson, brought to you by...
Visit your Utah Honda dealers for 0% financing and a great trade-in value. Visit UtahHondaDealers.com.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Well, here she is. Ms. Donaldson is a writer and podcaster. You can read a lot of, all of Amy's stuff. I think you can read at her Twitter feed, AD on Sports, or you can listen to her podcast, which is... Voices of Reason. Voices of Reason. Hi, Amy.
Hey, thanks for welcoming me.
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome.
There's lots of sports.
Let's
let's see. We'll get right to it. Utah, they scored 28 unanswered points in the second half to beat number 18 Arizona State, 35-21. They now take first place in the Pac-12 South. It's definitely don't be counting your chickens before they hatch, but pretty tremendous comeback and impressive play there in the second half, especially by Cam Rising, the quarterback. I think he was like 13 of 15 in the second half for 140 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he also ran for a touchdown. So they play Oregon State next, heading up there Saturday, play at 5:30 on Saturday. Okay. Meanwhile, BYU, they enjoyed a welcome parade. The Baylor had a parade, and they welcomed BYU to the Big 12, and then they beat them. So Baylor beat BYU 38-24. That follows, as you remember, their 26-17 loss to Boise State. That drops them out of the top 25. Their highest rank in the top 25 was 10. They play a Pac-12 team next week. They play Washington State on Saturday. Utah State wins. They beat UNLV 28-24. They're now 4-2 for third place in the Mountain West Conference. They play Colorado State next. Weber State got beat by Montana State 13-7. They're now 2-4. I'm struggling a little bit this season. They're 9th in the Big Sky. They play Eastern Washington next, and Eastern Washington is undefeated, so probably that won't go well. Or we'll have this great, upset story, right? SUU lost to Northern Arizona 59-35, and Dixie State lost to Tarleton State 41-20. So Utah and USU, the bright spots in local football. The top 5 in college football right now: Georgia, Cincinnati, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Ohio State. I would just give you top 4, but very important sports is a contributor to this program, so we have to go to 5.
Yep, the Ohio State. Yeah.
Yeah, the Ohio State. Yeah. Also, some weird coaching development. Ed Ogeron issued a statement. Well, it was leaked first that he was going to be finishing the season, but then he would be gone after the season. This is a guy who won a national championship 2 years ago. He makes $9 million a year. He's an alum of LSU, and everyone's saying, if you can't, 2 years after you win a national championship and you can't keep your job. He doesn't have a terrible record. He's in the SEC where the demands are high. But I also think there might be more to the story. He actually was named in a lawsuit in June, sexual harassment and sexual assault lawsuit, an investigation where they're looking into the fact that he was told that his former player, let's see what's the kid's name. This guy's suspended right now. Darius Geis. He's suspended for 6 games in the NFL right now. He plays for Washington, the Washington football team, for strangulation, domestic violence, basically. Yeah. So there was an allegation by a woman that she reported sexual harassment to Coach Ogeron, and he did not do anything about it. And in fact, then he came back to the woman and said, "Hey, could you forgive him?" And
he's a good guy.
I'm not really sure if that has anything to do with it. I actually really love Ed Ogeron. He came here and recruited a Utah kid who played line on the offensive line at USC. He's a good old boy. He's a really nice guy. Clearly has some what is harassment issue. We need to do some sexual harassment training across football. I'm convinced now.
You think?
Especially, yeah, definitely. But yeah, and the other one was a sexual assault that was reported to him, and nothing was. He didn't pass that on to law enforcement. So these are serious allegations. I think that might have something to do with the college saying, "You're also losing," but they lost to UCLA earlier this season, and that was. The Twitter, they were going nuts. But anyway, let's flip to women's sports. WNBA, the Chicago Sky win their first WNBA championship with an 80-74 win over the Phoenix Mercury. The Sky trailed by 9 points going into the fourth quarter. It was a fantastic game. This team, this is their first championship. They came into the playoffs, a number 6 seed with a 16-16 record. Just really great playoff run for them. They're led by a player most people know, Candace Parker. She's the only player who ever won Rookie of the Year and MVP. She did that in 2008. She won 2 national championships at Tennessee when she was in college. She's got 2 Olympic gold medals, and now she has 2 WNBA championships. She just left. She played for the Sparks for 13 years. She just left and went home to her hometown in Chicago, and because she said she wanted to push herself and grow, and it was a pretty tremendous win for her and for Chicago. And also, side note, Utah Jazz connection, sort of. The Sky is coached by a guy named James Wade. He's the cousin of one of the Jazz owners, Dwayne Wade.
Okay.
And then we got some soccer, RSL. Demir Krylak, he had a goal and 2 assists in Real Salt Lake's 3-1 victory over the Colorado Rapids on Saturday night. Real Salt Lake is 12-11-6. They've won a club record, 7 straight home matches. So I think they're 5th, with 5 games left, they're in 5th place.
Okay.
And then remember the top 8 make the playoffs, but there's only 5 points separating 5th place and 9th place. So again, don't get too excited. Let's see, I do have some very important sports related contribution here.
Uh-huh.
It's so much NFL news, I'm skipping most of it. But he wants you to know that In London, the Jaguars break a 20-game losing streak. Urban Meyer visits the British Museum for a lap dance from Cleopatra, and the Cowboys beat the Patriots.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that thing of lap dance.
You think that that video was not? You don't believe it?
No.
Well, I mean, I saw it. I don't know if it was like how long it lasted, but like if someone did that to me, I would ask them if they're going to buy me dinner. So there was there was contact. Did you watch the video?
No, I mean what you said about the British Museum.
That's the thing he doesn't believe.
I don't
believes
believe
the other
I don't
thing.
believe Cleopatra gave him a lap dance at the British
been
Museum.
dead for years.
That's just
It's Halloween.
ridiculous.
Maybe she was. It's Halloween. Maybe someone was dressed up as Cleopatra. You know, there's no way to verify it.
I don't think so.
That's you don't. That's you're saying you don't trust your correspondent. They're very important.
That's exactly what I'm saying at this.
Oh.
He would never tell a lie, Bill. Come on.
Shocked, I tell you. He also, very important sports, would also like me to point out that don't cry too much for Ed Ogeron. He gets a $17 million buyout for not coaching anymore.
Well,
boy.
Okay, you can
If
spend some
anyone
time.
would like to buy me out, I would take a lot less than that.
How do you get paid to not
You
work?
can go fishing, yeah. Hell, I'll sign up for that. Yeah.
But if they came to me and said we're going to buy out, and I said, oh, okay, and they say, here's a 6-pack, get out.
Well, better than nothing, Bill.
I guess
You're not a very good negotiator if that's the case.
that's what I've got.
No, and I know there was baseball, and I should probably say the Dodgers lost again. But Ed and I are overwhelmed with kittens, so we didn't get to see the end of the baseball game.
We're overwhelmed with kittens.
Does anyone need a kitten? We have kittens. Yeah. My daughter is a cat, saving cats right and left from shelters, and she's decided that Ed and I should be fostering kittens. He's very good at it because he just sits in there and holds them. But we're trying to socialize them. They're a little salty.
And you can see the kittens if you follow Amy on Twitter,
Yes.
AD on
When
Sports. Yes.
When I can get them to hold still for a photo, I will definitely share.
All right. Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay, take care.
Thank you. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
A friend of the program says there's an accident northbound 215 on the west side at 201 Freeway Interchange. Accident off to the right. Thank you, helpful friend of the program, for sending that in at 33986. If you see something, that's the place to do it. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners coming up. Big boy news all on the way. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
You know, they are the team you trust, locally owned and operated. And, go into a Big O Tire store. Like when I go into the one on South Temple and 2nd East, I walk in there and go, the smell of tires. I really do like that smell of vulcanized rubber. But Big O Tires has, if you stop in today, you can save up to $150 on the Big O brand tire if you use your Big O credit card. Where do I get one of those? well, maybe you could get it at Big O.
Yeah, Big O understands that tires can be an unexpected expense, and that's why they offer no credit needed financing. So no matter your budget, no matter your situation, they have financing tailored just for you.
We should mention that Big O, they have the Big O brand tires, but they carry all the major brands, really, and they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day. So if you want to find a Big O Tire store near you, and you should, go to BigOTires.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, today's word for LeVar and LeGrand to toss around is nominees. Nominees, nominees. This word was suggested by Radio from Hell listener Craig Cripps, who heard the word used by his girlfriend. If you have a word for us to include in these Utah lessons, please email us at radiofromhell@x96.com. And now they're going to have at it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand and the word nominees.
Hey, LeVar, who you voting for this year? You gonna vote, aren't you? I mean, you better not be thinking of skipping this election. This will be maybe the most important election of our lives. If we don't make the right choice for county assessor this year, we could ruin the fate of the county for years. This is crucial.
Keep your shirt on, buddy. I'm voting. And sure, the assessor is important. But if we don't pick the right person for surveyor, the county could go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, there'd be years of no straight lines anywhere as far as the eye could see. I mean, we'd have crooked roads and buildings that ain't square. But this year, the choice for surveyor is clear.
It is? Well, how come?
The choice is clear because the guy running for surveyor is unopposed. He's the only nominee.
Oh, the only nominee. Well, good hell. I mean, don't people realize how important the office of surveyor is?
You and me does, friend, but most folks don't appreciate straight lines and well-defined boundaries.
Well, okay. But who else you looking at that's been nominated for office? Who are some of the other nominees?
Oh, lots of others, LeGrand. Lots of other candidacial nominees to consider.
Well, I get that, but what I'm looking for is guidance here, LeVar. I don't know who to pick. Where do you find your info on the nominees for public office?
Well, when it comes right down to it, I let the Lord choose my nominees for me. I vote by the power of prayer.
The power of prayer? You mean you ask for divine guidance on the nominees and then you pick somebody based on that?
Sure do. I get myself down in an attitude of prayer and I ask, who should I vote for? And the answer will come to me. I kneel and I ask, who should I pick? And then the name of the nominee appears in my mind, and I mark the spot and vote. Today, I got down and asked for guidance for several of the nominees.
Well,
and
I'll
then
be damned.
I voted.
I'll be damned. And the names of the nominees came to you then?
Yes, they did.
Well, so you're going to vote now? You're going to vote for some of the nominees now?
No, I can't vote right away. Well, with the praying on my knees, seems I've bruised my knees. They're tender and sore. I would vote today, but I need to rest. Nominees are too painful to get out there.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Okay, let's see. It's 7:06.
A couple of things, just entertainment-wise, over the weekend that I would like to recommend to you. There's a show on Netflix. It's called Midnight Mass.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mini-series. It's done by the guy who did The Haunting of Bly Manor, The Haunting of Hill House. My wife and I started watching it. I think I forget how many episodes. It's 8 or 9, something like that. We started watching it, and it's really slow. But we said, well, let's hang in there. And you know, it's really quite good. It takes a while to develop.
About?
Well, it's about a guy who has killed someone in a car accident because he was drunk driving. He goes to prison for 4 years, and then when he gets out of prison, he returns home to this island that he's from. He and his family live on and it's a fictional island called Crockett Island. 127 people live there. It's a fishing village. So he goes back to his family home, and also showing up on the island is a priest. They have a Catholic priest there. Now, they have this old Catholic priest, but he's gone off he's been there for decades. He goes off on a pilgrimage, and they expect him to come back, and instead, this young priest shows up and says, "Oh, Father Vincent, he got kind of ill, and he's recuperating on the mainland. He'll be back. I'm just here to fill in for him." A little suspicious, a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then things just kind of get stranger and stranger and stranger as it goes on. I'd recommend it. I just give it a chance. Don't after the first episode go, "This is boring." Give it a chance. It's really pretty good. I wish I could have binged the whole thing at once. I think we still have two episodes to watch or something like that. And then if you like the Velvet Underground, watch the documentary on Apple Plus, on Apple TV, about the Velvet Underground. It was directed by Todd Haynes.
Mm-hmm.
And I would not recommend this if you don't really know. This is not for people who don't really know who the Velvet Underground is, the band. This is for people who know the band and really want to know more about them. It's very detailed and very... although when it was reviewed on the KSL movie show, the reviewer said, "Oh, it's a crazy documentary," but those people were crazy anyway. They were crazy.
Again,
that's what they were. They were crazy.
There's so much wrong with the sentence. According to the KSL movie show, I could go for 10 minutes about that sentence, but I won't.
Actually, I think I misquoted him. I think he said, Lou Reed and them, they were all nuts.
Lou Reed and them.
Lou Reed and them, they were all nuts. Well, I don't think I know that.
No.
It's pretty. There's a really cool part of the documentary where John Cale, who was one of the founding members of Velvet Underground, before he had joined them, he was on I've Got a Secret, that old game show with Gary Moore. And they show a clip from it. And his secret was, and it's a guy comes on and whispers the secret into Gary Moore's, and then the panel questions him and sees if they can figure out what his secret is. And I don't know if they ever did. His secret was that he performed a concert at Carnegie Hall that was 18 hours long. A solo concert that was 18 hours long. It was a piano concert, and it was a work by a famous composer named Eric Satie. And Gary Moore asks John Cale, "Well, why was it so long?" And he said, "Well, see this passage right here?" And he had the sheet music. The composer, Satie, says that this has to be played over and over again 380 times precisely.
That just sounds like a practical joke.
And Gary
I wonder
Moore
if
said,
anyone will do that.
Well, and Gary Moore said, "Why would he do that?" And John Cale said, I have no idea. Which I thought was hilarious. But
you know what I watched this weekend, because I thought it important. I watched the Dave Chappelle special.
I watched it a week ago.
I've been afraid to watch it.
And he makes the point of it in there about some of his other specials where he said, people get really upset with me, and then I find out they haven't actually watched the special.
Yeah.
They're just getting upset with what they're reading. So I thought, okay, I'll watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord.
It's every bit as bad as people are saying?
I mean, he makes a couple of good points in there that I can go, okay, I can kind of see that. But he tells this long story about this friend of his who's transgender, this long story about how he had her open for him, and he's supportive of the community, and yada yada.
He's talked about this person a lot before.
Yeah. And but I didn't know this. I didn't know that she killed herself. And so he's telling this story, and he said, and then I don't know why she killed herself, but she killed herself. And I'm thinking, I bet I can guess why, because she defended him on Twitter with some of his transphobic language. She came out and said, I'm a friend of his. He's always, and I'm sure that was true. I'm sure he was always great with her, and they were friends. But for him to use this in his thing, and then she killed herself, and I'm not really sure why she did it. I guess I don't know either, but it was...
Let me ask you this, because the last Chappelle special that I watched, which was, about a year ago or something, was this one funny?
I mean, he's more trying to make political points, I think, than... It's not even so much about...
He's trying to stir things up.
I don't know if it's even that. I think he just thinks he has... He uses it as a platform to get his point of view across with respect to race, and he makes some excellent points.
Well, the last one I watched, I said I want to. Hey, Dave, can we have a couple of jokes now and then? How about a joke or two? It just wasn't that funny, I mean, it's supposed to be. It's a stand-up special.
It's more than that.
There were some laughs in there. I mean, I laughed at quite a few things, but he's certainly punching down when it comes to the transgender community.
But he talks about that, and he says, "I'm not punching down for all on the same level."
He is.
Yeah.
But he's he was trying to say, I'm not even going to try to explain it. I just disagreed with him about his whole take on the transgender community.
I think you should watch it, Bill. Yeah. I think because he does make some good points on race that I think are an interesting point of view.
I'd just rather see a stand-up comedy special.
Well, yeah, I mean that's not. I don't know that that's what it's supposed to be.
That's what it's billed as.
But it's Dave Chappelle as a one-man show, I would say, rather than a stand-up special. If that makes any sense.
Then there was one other little item that I was reading about a local Utah novelist. He's apparently written a series of books called "I Am Not a Serial Killer," and it's about a young kid. It's kind of Dexter-like, I think, 15-year-old kid who has these urges. He realizes he has the same kind of urges as oh my gosh, I could be a serial killer. I don't want to be, but I have these urges. I realize that I don't have very much compassion and, so forth and so on. And so apparently the book is about him trying to figure out serial killers and track down other serial killers because he understands them so well. But his name, the character's name, is John Wayne Cleaver. Now,
a little on the nose.
If your name is John Wayne Cleaver,
I don't think there's any other. There's
no choice.
You have to. That's your job now.
You could be a butcher, like a regular butcher.
No,
like a.
No. All right. No? I have serial killer urges. My name is John Wayne Cleaver.
Traffic. Gina, please.
Let's see. Front of the program says there's an accident on Redwood Road on the I-80 overpass on the 215 West Side Belt northbound. Thank you. A couple different people have sent that one in. Abandoned vehicle, Kaysville I-15 on-ramp. thank you for that. I'm getting all my traffic from you guys. And how do you get it to me? Well, you text it 33986. Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd. Tickets at balletwest.org.
All righty. Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, well, apparently this is a popular racist sign. Boner candidate number 2, the student reward box. And number 3, they made me fart against my will.
I saw that one. We got round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. AAA.
You know, AAA always a leader in trying to help you be safe on the road. AAA now wants you to be safe on the road this winter, and they're going to offer a free winter inspection for your car. It's 1 day only, October 23rd. I think that's this Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Automotive experts will be at the Foothill Village location of AAA. This will be a thorough inspection of your car's wipers, battery, hoses, all of that. And again, this is a free service to help get your car ready for winter weather. This kind of inspection would normally cost $100 or more, but it's free to you on October 23rd, Saturday, October 23rd, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's 1400 South Foothill Drive in Salt Lake. And, and one other thing. I know you hate going to the DMV. Well, you don't have to. Almost anything you need to do at the DMV, you can now do at a AAA office. I'll tell you more about that coming up. AAA.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said. And then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with them.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? And it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
but she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can, too. You call right now and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
SM23, let's get right to round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it waits. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again, 3 more candidates, get another winner there. Then we take both of our winners, round 1 and round 2, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. So let's begin the process. Start here with round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
With gothic horror and flying vampires, Dracula takes Halloween to new heights. Radio from Hell has your tickets to a random boner voter. It's Ballet West Dracula performance Friday, October 22nd.
Boner candidate number 1. Apparently, this is a popular racist sign. Now, I saw this sign on Twitter. I don't know when it was tweeted, sometime over the weekend, and it said this sign was done by a Utah student inviting someone to the prom.
Oh, yeah.
And then it said, oh, no, wait a minute, it was an Idaho student. And then so I thought, well, I'm going to look this up, and here's what I found. A student at a high school in Kansas made a racist sign to ask another student to homecoming, sparking outrage online after a picture of the sign went viral. Last Friday, a photo circulated online of 2 white students standing shoulder to shoulder, was a boy and a girl, holding a sign that said, quote, "If I were black, I'd be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you for the prom," with 2 check boxes reading yes and no. Cotton balls were glued to the sign, and the photo showed the yes box was checked. Last Friday, Olathe South High School, where one of the students attends school, said it's investigating. But then it says here, this is not the first time or the first place this sign has been used. St. James Academy, a Catholic school where the other student attend. Oh, no, that's still the same story. Apparently, it's not the first time that the phrase has been used by high school students to ask a date to a school dance. There are many instances of students using this same thing. Oh, hey, that's funny. I think I'll use it. I'll do it. As far back as April of 2018, the sign made an appearance at a promposal in Florida. It was also in 2017, a prom. It's just been used over and over and over again. I'm stunned. frankly, I'm stunned that this racist promposal sign, we've always said, just say no to prom. I think, more importantly, why can't you just say no to racism? Why can't you do that?
Seems like an easy one to...
God. It's boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2, the student reward box. A South Carolina elementary school teacher is out of a job after a student pulled out 2 packages of marijuana edibles from the in-class reward box, deputies and district officials said.
You've been very, very good.
Victoria Farish Weiss, a 27-year-old teacher at Rocky Creek Elementary School in Lexington, South Carolina, surrendered to deputies early Friday after a warrant charged her with possession of a Schedule I drug. Sheriff Jay Kuhn said that deputies learned a student in Ms. Weiss's class grabbed a pack of Stony Patch Kids marijuana edibles from a box of candy that she had used to reward students in her class. Detectives confirmed during interviews that Ms. Weiss took the pack of edibles from the student and told him to pick something else from the box. But the student went back to the box and grabbed another package of edibles.
Now, is that because they're hers and she uses them? Or was it an accident? Or I need more details.
Weiss was questioned about the incident, and she said it was a mistake.
Like they were her own private
I
that
believe
she
so.
mistakenly put in?
I believe so.
Yeah, don't give away your edibles.
No.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't think I can't
too
imagine she
expensive.
thought, I'm gonna give these to the kids and that'll be funny.
It's like the fear mongering that's going on now about trick or treating. Some houses are going to be. No, they're not giving away their edibles. They're too damned expensive to waste on your kids. Okay.
Boner candidate number 2, the student reward box. Coming up in a moment. Boner candidate number 3, they made me fart against my will.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by
Zero Res delivers the perfect clean every time with no harsh chemicals, soaps, or dirt-attracting residue, keeping your carpets cleaner longer. Book online at ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
I thought of making this a boner candidate, but I just thought I'd mention it instead as an amusing misprint, I suppose. There's a sign at an Arctic Circle, somebody tweeted this. Did you see it?
Mm-hmm.
It says, Halloween fleshlights in kids' meal. Now, in the square pumpkin that Arctic Circle has, they're giving away, I just happened to notice this, little flashlights.
Yeah, it's kind of Halloween tradition. Actually, they always do.
But someone on the sign put Halloween fleshlights, and if you don't know what a fleshlight is, I'm not going to tell you.
No.
All right. Sean Penn's marriage is breaking up.
After a whole year.
His wife, Leela...
I didn't know he was married.
His wife, Leela George, has filed for divorce. Sean Penn's wife, she is an Australian actress. She filed for divorce after just 1 year of marriage. George, who was 29, filed the dissolution in Los Angeles court on... poor Sean, he's just going to have to be alone again.
Yeah, how many is this? So there's Madonna.
I don't know.
And then Princess Buttercup. And then...
Oh, that's right. He blew it with Princess Buttercup, didn't he?
Yeah. And then is there another
one? He can't stay married. I don't know. He can't stay married, though.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know. Real Housewives of Salt Lake star Mary Cosby and her son, Robert, made a brief appearance in court on Friday on misdemeanor charges. The two are facing charges of contributing to the delinquency of a minor and unlawfully providing shelter to a runaway. Both Class B misdemeanors. During a brief hearing before the Salt Lake City Justice Court, Judge Catherine Peters, attorneys for Cosby, asked for the hearing to be continued until December. That was granted. Both Mary Cosby and Robert Cosby have pleaded not guilty to the charges. They could get a fine. That's the punishment.
This is something to do with his girlfriend or something.
The charges sound sinister, but the reality of the situation is much different, said Robert Cosby's lawyer Clayton Sims. It's simply a case where Robert's girlfriend's mother didn't want him hanging out, so she called the police. Rather than the Salt Lake City Police Department focusing on real crime, they're turning into relationship police. The basis of this case is just a misunderstanding. We think there is no merit to the case. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention forecasted Wednesday that there will be a big drop in COVID-19 deaths and hospitalizations in the next 4 weeks.
Really?
For CNN, the CDC forecast suggests there will be 740,000 to 762,000 total reported deaths in the United States. That would be a decline for the third straight week. But those are still staggeringly large numbers.
Yeah.
So far, there have been about 717,000 COVID-19 deaths in the U.S. right now. Hospitalizations are expected to drop. The CDC predicted about 500 to 10,000 new confirmed COVID-19 hospitalizations by November 5th, but that would represent a decline for the fifth straight week, according to CNN.
Tell that to Colin Powell.
Gina, I don't think that would be possible. You may have heard me report earlier, Colin Powell has died of COVID-19. So I don't believe I can. 2 weeks before she hosted a fundraising event for Utah freshman Republican Blake Moore, Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney visited Salt Lake for her own fundraising event. Federal Election Commission filings submitted late last week gives us an idea of who donated to Cheney's re-election effort. Some of the more well-known attendees were Senator Mitt Romney and his wife Ann. They gave the FEC maximum of $2,900 for Cheney's primary and general election campaigns. That's totaling $5,800 each. Moira Carabello, president and owner of the Exoro Group, $1,500. Dawn Sterling, executive director of Miller Family Offices, $1,000. And Amy Gardner, former state director for Senator Mitt Romney, also gave money to Liz Cheney. She has drawn the ire, of course, of former President Donald Trump and his supporters for pushing back on his false claims that the 2020 election was stolen from him. It says here that former Representative Ben McAdams also donated to Liz Cheney $1,000.
Interesting.
U.S. Religious group says that 17 Christian missionaries have been kidnapped in Haiti. Kidnapping is apparently rampant in the country because it's largely without law, without police forces, and a group of 17 missionaries, including children, kidnapped by a gang, according to a voice message sent to various religious missions by an organization with direct knowledge of the incident. It doesn't say anything here about ransom. This missionary organization doesn't have a lot of money, so it's
maybe they're just hoping because they're American that means somebody would pay.
That could be and apparently I heard somebody talking about the kidnappings in Haiti. They just randomly, they don't really know whether the person has any money or not, and a lot of times they're kidnapping people and they ask for ransom and they say, well, you know,
my family didn't have any.
We don't have anything, and I guess they let them go if that happened. I don't know.
Well, you'd hope.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Otherwise, the fear or the pressure is not there anymore.
So this bothers me that this is even an issue. A young Wisconsin couple's choice to take the comfy route for their preferred wedding party attire has made some people upset on social media. The 20-year-old bride and groom chose to wear his and hers Nike track suits at their reception in Black River Falls, Wisconsin, We just wanted to be comfortable, said Elena Tripp. The groom's sweatsuit was all black with a hoodie. Hers was white with a crop top. I saw a photograph of them. They're an attractive young couple. They look very fit. It's not like they're dirty old gym clothes. They're nice, new kind of track suits, and I think they look perfectly fine.
It's their wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look nice, and way to go. I'm all for it. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
So right now, 52. That's not terribly cold and not raining yet, but that will come later. Probably about 3 o'clock this afternoon is when the chances of that start increasing. 70% this afternoon. Overnight tonight, 90%. Rain could mix with snow into your morning commute for Tuesday. And then after that, looks like we've got mostly sunny skies for the rest of the week. Next chance of rain going to happen probably Saturday afternoon, evening into Sunday, it looks like. Traffic, thank you, friends of the program that have been sending that in. Left 2 lanes closed northbound on 215 at California Avenue. A couple of you sent that in. I have conflicting reports on how many cars are involved in the pileup on Bangor Highway. Some say 7, some say 5. I'm just going to say multiple car pileup, Bangor Highway, northbound at about 29th South. Thank you, everybody that sent those in. If you see something and it's safe for you to text, just go ahead and send it in to us at 33986. Visit your Utah Honda dealers for 0% financing and a great trade-in value. Visit UtahHondaDealers.com.
Boner candidate number 3. They made me fart against my will. A nurse has unsuccessfully sued the National Health Service in England after claiming that she was being experimented on at work, causing her to fart against her will. Zandra Sampson said hypnosis was being used on her at Ealing Hospital, London. Poor heating and ventilation at the acute medical unit altered her state of consciousness and allowed her bosses to control her employees. Another employee, she claimed. She refused to cooperate with psychiatric help and was fired in December of 2019. At an employment tribunal, the former staff nurse said she was suffering from unwelcome gastrointestinal disturbances at work, including flatulence. She said she was a target of ideomotor phenomenon, a little-known hypnotic concept which allegedly forces people to make movements unconsciously, and in this case, the unconscious movement was they were forcing her to fart, she claimed. Boner candidate number 3, they made me fart against my will.
Would certainly make a Vincent Lord show more entertaining. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Really? Here's Boner candidate number 1. Was apparently this is a popular racist sign. So this sign has been used all over the place. A Kansas student was asked to homecoming with a blatantly racist sign that said, "If I was black, I'd be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you for the prom." Boner candidate number 2, the student reward box. A South Carolina elementary school teacher apparently kept some pot edibles in a student reward box. She's either stupid or careless or both. And Boner candidate number 3, they made me fart against my will.
All right, thank you. Let's get to voting. Here we go. This is round 1. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to possibly becoming Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it waits. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates, another winner there. Then we take both winners and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20. That's when we'll do Boner of the Day. Right now, let's begin the process. Start. Round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. They'll take your vote there. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 18, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. And we'll get round 1 taken care of, okay? Stamps.com. They have, since 1998, I didn't realize they'd been around that long. Stamps.com been a a very important tool for nearly 1 million businesses here in America. Stamps.com bringing you the services of the U.S. Postal Service and UPS shipping right to your computer. Whether that computer is in an office, sending invoices, or that computer's at home and you're doing an Etsy shop, side hustle kind of thing, or if it's at a full-blown warehouse shipping out orders, Stamps.com is going to make your life easier, and all you'll need is a computer and a standard printer, no special supplies or equipment. So regardless of whatever it is you need, you're going to be spending like no time at the post office anymore. I don't mind going, but I don't want to spend a lot of my time there. There's no risk. And with the promo code Jackson, that's my last name, Jackson, you get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. So just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, type in Jackson, my last name, Stamps.com, and the promo code Jackson. Stamps.com, never go to the post office again.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Once again, we join our missionaries as they orbit a small planet.
Hey, Lehi, my sensors are picking up a distress signal from a small craft on the surface.
Yeah, I see it. Well, there's nothing else in this sector for parsecs. We better land and see if they need some help.
Well, according to my tricorder, it should be right over there.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Well, that's odd.
What?
Well, it's just not often you find a spaceship made out of cardboard and held together with masking tape, staples, and paper clips.
Well, it's a good thing we came along. I'll bet they need our help. Oh, looky there. It's a guy in a spacesuit. Excuse me, sir.
Halt! Identify yourselves.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
Elders, sounds important. I'm Buzz Lightyear.
Well, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
The Mormons.
Mormons?
And we was wondering if we could offer you some assistance.
Yeah, looks like your craft could use some work. Why don't you let me take a look at that, huh?
Get back!
Oh, look out, Budge. He's got a...
looks like a little blinking red light on his wrist.
I have got to get someone at Space Command to look at this thing.
Hey, where are you headed, Buzz?
To infinity and beyond.
Ooh, sounds like fun. That's a nice spacesuit you got there. Hey, what do these buttons do?
Please, don't push the buttons on the suit.
I am Buzz Lightyear. I come in peace. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue.
Wow.
I told you not to press the buttons on the suit.
Oh, hey, that's cool. And this one... Wow, wings!
Yeah, I can fly. Will you leave the suit alone?
Well, looks like your ship is all ready to go. All you needed was a little duct tape to hold the vertical stabilizers in place.
I am forever in your debt.
Hey, listen, you want me to take a look at that little blinking red light laser device while we're here?
No, your companion has done enough fiddling with my equipment for one day.
Well, would you be interested in learning more about the teachings of our prophet, Joseph Smith?
Not today. It takes a long time to get to infinity, and then more to go beyond. I'd better get going. Nice meeting you.
Well, bye, Buzz.
Bye. Will Butch and Lehi ever get anyone to listen to the first discussion? Will Buzz Lightyear make it to infinity, let alone beyond? Will Butch's duct tape repair job hold Buzz's ship together? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say... Oh, it's a shame we couldn't convince him to convert.
Well, I doubt that action figure toys could count as converts, and I don't think action figures can hold the priesthood. Besides, I'd have to reprogram his voice chip in order to allow him to give the opening prayer.
On the next leg-shaving episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:48. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Chicken and Rice.
And Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rock and Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle or pour it into a tin cup and sip it by a fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores. Produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
I was going to say that because we were looking at the ingredients on that, and we're like, that would make a fine hot toddy is what that would do.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we had boner candidate number one. Apparently, this is a popular racist sign that high school students are using to invite people to the prom. If I were black, I'd be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you for the prom.
It's because we don't run in the racist high school circles that we haven't seen this before.
It's racist, and it's just stupid also. That's boner candidate number one, and it pretty well obliterated the other two.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well,
150 votes.
There you go. That's the winner of round one. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. We got round two at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Take both winners, put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. All right, we got Bill Frost coming up at 8 o'clock telling us what's on TV this week, and I watched a lot of TV this week.
Yeah, you watched the new Halloween, right?
Yes, I was very happy that I was able to watch it from the comfort of my own home.
Yeah, I mean, does that count as TV? We
Yes.
Sometimes when we have Bill Frost on, we'll bring up things like, well, that's a movie. That's not TV. What is TV anymore?
Well, it was on my TV screen, so that's what I'm counting it as.
So I count anything if it's on the TV screen, it's TV.
Yeah. I mean, this will give you an idea. I'm just not prepared to go back to the movie theaters yet. And, so I still haven't seen Venom, the second Venom movie. So, but hey, Halloween was on here in my house, so I got to watch that. Because I quite enjoyed that first one of this trilogy that they're making. And I thought it was a fine follow-up. I thought that Shannon's Facebook post about, he says, I'd like to thank Michael Myers for killing all of the stupid people of that town. Because they were all very stupid, every one of them.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. I found it quite enjoyable. Although I went down the horror movie hole, so to speak, this weekend, because on Netflix, the Movies That Made Us series continued, and they released 5 more episodes. 4 of them were horror related.
Did you watch all of them?
I have not watched the Coming to America yet. I jumped to all the horror movies, and they did an interesting deep dive on the first Halloween movie. And maybe this is why some fans are having a problem with this movie as opposed to the original. Because if you go back and watch the original, there's no blood.
No.
There's no blood.
Oh, yeah.
You just think that it's there. And that was the whole point of the movie was, we're going to do this without any blood. We're going to scare you with what's in your head as opposed to what you see on the screen.
Sure.
Compared to the Friday the 13th, which was just all about blood and, let's get Tom Savini in here and let's gore things up. So that was interesting after watching Halloween Kills, then watching this documentary because they're very different. This movie is all about, it's the gore's right in your face and, and I thought, well, that's an interesting departure because the guys who are making these movies are such devotees of the original Halloween film.
I think you'll find the same thing to be true with the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There's really very little blood in that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Katie, our horror fan, does the amount of gore equate the amount of your enjoyment of a movie?
No, not necessarily. Not unless I'm like, yes, I'm feeling the gore today. And if I'm really like, if I need some gore in my life, I'll watch the new Evil Dead, the remake of Evil Dead, because
that was
man,
that was bloody. Yeah.
Did you guys see the email I forwarded to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this guy Jeff Dixon, a longtime friend of the program, I guess he moved to L.A. to be a screenwriter 20 years ago or so, and he started listening to the show again, and his daughter is now coming up here to the University of Utah, and he's got an interesting career, and we'll talk more about that coming up. But did you watch the? He sent this email because last week we were talking about a list of horror movies, and one of them on the list was called
Cure.
Just Cure.
Yeah.
And I had not heard of it. It's a Japanese movie. Katie,
I was thinking it was a different movie on Hulu.
Yeah, and so he sent a link to the IMDb trailer for this movie. I think it was made in the 90s. Japanese movie about a serial killer. I watched the trailer and said to myself, I don't think I could watch this movie. The trailer is, you should just watch the trailer. It is so scary.
It won 9 awards though for it, so.
Yeah. Just if you've a minute or two today, or I'll put a link to the trailer at Twitter at RFH Bill, and watch the trailer, and it just makes you go.
Watching Halloween Kills though, it's fun for me. I enjoy a horror movie, I do, but it's even more fun when Sue squeals. That's the
that's the whole objective.
She'll make this noise. She'll go, and then she'll say, "I don't like that. I don't like that." That makes me chuckle when that happens.
Yeah.
But it was pretty fascinating. That Movies That Made Us docuseries is, Gina, you'd like it.
Yeah.
Even though it's horror films, but it once again just shows you these movies that are so important to us. They nearly didn't get made. You know, we're lucky that we have these movies in the form that they are, because we came very close to not having them at all or in the form that they are. Like, I would think that a sequel to the first Alien movie, no brainer, right?
Well, yeah.
Sure. You'd think. Apparently it was a problem.
Well, it took a long time. How many years between the first one and the second one?
What was the big problem?
Well, part of the deal was that they were preparing to make a second one, and nobody bothered to call Sigourney Weaver.
Are you busy? You're not busy. You're not doing anything, are you?
They've been prepping and prepping and prepping, and then suddenly it's like, well, we're going to get ready to shoot. Has anyone called Sigourney? I thought you were going to call. No. It's just crazy, some of the stuff.
I just tweeted that trailer at RFH Bill.
I don't think I can watch it. You made me scared.
No, watch the trailer. And I don't think I even had the sound on. Although I did. You should just watch it in a break and then tell me what you think.
All right.
It's creepy.
And Gina, Brett points out that one of the movies that made us episodes is about Pretty Woman, so you should probably watch that.
I should.
So.
Okay.
Certainly one of the movies that made Gina.
It's pivotal to my upbringing.
Traffic, please.
A multi-vehicle crash northbound I-215 approaching California Avenue exit on the West Side Belt. 2 left lanes in the shoulder are blocked, and traffic is backing to the 201 freeway. Also a crash on-ramp eastbound 47 south to go northbound I-215. This is on the West Belt in Taylorsville. And thank you to the friends of the program that were sending those alerts in. I appreciate it when you do that. Just make sure it's safe. 33986. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
All right, Bill Frost will be here to tell us what's on TV after these messages. Then we'll get to round 2 of your boners. Geek news on the way. All of that coming up. Stand by for all of that. Manscaped.com. You know what's scarier than a black cat on Halloween? No, I'm not going to go there. Join the 2 million, it says men worldwide, but I'm going to say people worldwide, because the trimmer is so good that it's not just for, it's for all hair is what I'm saying. Join the 2 million folks worldwide by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96. Now, they've got a lot of great products on the website. If you go there, manscaped.com. The package that they want me to point out to you is it's got everything in it. It's got the Lawnmower 4.0, which is the trimmer that I'm just crazy about. It's waterproof. It all of that. It does more than it really needs to. It also includes the Weed Whacker, which is a great thing for your hygiene. It also includes the toner, the deodorant, and they're going to throw in boxers and the travel bag, the Shed travel bag in there just for fun. 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no, the leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead Jolly Old Sucky Claus?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
let's, huh?
I just said, yep.
Do we have a contest here, Gina? Do we?
Oh, no, let's just do Bill Frost,
okay.
and it's brought to you by Moving and Need a New Connection. CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Well, here he is, Bill Frost. He writes a monthly column for Slug Magazine called Content Shifter, which you can find at slugmag.com if you like. He also hosts a TV-related or TV-adjacent podcast called TV Tan, and he's in a band or two playing the guitar. You can find all of his stuff collected in one convenient location. Where is that, Mr. Frost?
That is billfrost.tv.
Yes, it is. And so, what do you got?
Got some new stuff this week. Okay. I know you've already got too much stuff to watch, but here's some more. Yeah. You might like some of it. One is debuting tomorrow night on ABC. It's a new series called Queens. It's about a 40-something group of women who had a hip-hop group in the 90s, very successful one, and they're trying to make a comeback. This is a little similar to a series on Peacock called Girls Five Ever, which almost had the same premise, but that was more of a comedy. This is more of a drama with an Empire vibe. People like Eve, Brandy, Nadine Velasquez, who you might remember from My Name is Earl way back when. Mm-hmm. And, this is on ABC on Tuesday.
Good luck.
Yes. Good night and good luck to that. Okay. On Wednesday, you could probably file this under maybe too soon, a documentary from HBO called 4 Hours at the Capitol.
Oh.
Well, I read something about this. Apparently, it's very disturbing.
Yeah, just like January 6th.
Yeah.
Just condensed all that terror into, a 1 hour documentary.
Okay.
For all your dread watching needs.
Yeah.
On Thursday, Carrie, The Blacklist is back yet again.
So you and me, Bill Frost, we can watch it and enjoy it because we're the only ones watching it.
The Further Adventures of Jim Blacklist. Liz is dead. The co-star of the show, she left. Megan Boone left the show, so now it's the James Spader show all the way.
Which I'm fine with.
Get her out of the way.
I'm fine with this, honestly. More Spader.
Make room for more Spader.
Yes. More stories about, shops in Cairo that he went to.
Yes. He can easily fill the hour.
Yeah.
No problem there. On Friday, this little indie flick called Dune drops on HBO Max.
Yes.
You've probably heard something about it.
I have.
Yes. And something you probably have not heard about, a new animated comedy on Netflix called Inside Job. It's from some of the people behind the Gravity Falls series. This is about basically all the world's major conspiracies are true. They are for real, and they are run by this ragtag group who live way below the surface. If you watch the trailer at x96.com, you can catch about a dozen sight gags alone in that trailer. If you follow any kind of conspiracy theories, voices include Lizzie Kaplan in the main voice, Andy Daly, Christian Slater, Tisha Campbell, Bobby Lee, and Brett Gilman, and several others. All 10 episodes drop on Friday on Netflix.
A lot of funny people.
I like this.
Yeah. And also on Netflix, the second season of Lock and Key, based on the IDW graphic novels from Joe Hill and Gabriel Rodriguez.
Okay, I don't...
It's about a house that has a whole lot of doors, and the doors go to other dimensions.
Oh, okay.
Like any old house in the avenues.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
And also on Friday on Apple TV Plus, dropping the first couple of episodes, Invasion on Apple TV Plus. This is from some people behind the later X-Men series and Hunters. This is it's basically War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
It's about a global alien invasion, or to please Demi Lovato, extraterrestrial invasion.
Are there any
the correct terminology now?
Yeah. Are there any skitters in it? I gotta get the skitters.
I was going to say, what sets this one apart from all the other alien invasion shows that we've had?
It's set all over the world. It's not just in one location.
All right.
Okay.
It's filmed and set all over the world.
Okay.
And since it's Apple TV Plus, the budget is astronomical.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know if you've watched that Foundation series on Apple TV Plus. You can tell they're spending a lot of money on their shows.
Yeah. The effects on that are pretty amazing.
On Saturday, Jason Sudeikis returns to host Saturday Night Live.
Yay.
Okay.
And musical guest Brandi Carlile, who is Utah loves Brandi Carlile, in case you didn't know.
I didn't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
It's a thing. Totally true.
Well, I'm glad she's loved.
And on Sunday, it's back yet again, season 11 on HBO and HBO Max, Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, really?
Oh, look, there's Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
John Hamm.
Yeah.
Apparently, John Hamm was supposed to play Larry David in some sort of biopic, but the project got shut down because you'll see in the trailer. John Hamm says, "Well, they love the character, they love the actor being him, but they said the character is just the word was repugnant."
Yeah.
So,
well, it's true.
So the project was impossible to do. Here we are in season 11 of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah. And if Jeff Garlin is any indicator, he has said this will probably be the last season.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I'm only basing that on what I know of Larry. And, he's getting older.
Yeah, Larry has enough money. I mean...
Well, yeah, you think about this. This has been it premiered in 2001.
Oh,
this
my
show.
God. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's good. That's enough.
Sit down, Larry. You're fine. We love
I'm
you.
watching the trailer right now. He doesn't look any different, though.
He doesn't.
No.
But, Garland sees him nearly every day and says, it's probably the last season. But
who's the hippie?
Oh, that looks like Seth Rogen.
It's Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
You almost can't tell with all the hair on him.
Yeah. And also premiering on Sunday is Insecure, the 5th and final season of the Issa Rae's comedy series on HBO.
Yeah, my wife really likes that show.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
And that's all of the new stuff premiering this week. And I mentioned it last week or the week before, this series Acapulco on Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Very, very charming. I would highly recommend it.
Okay.
Well, I keep getting more and more reasons to turn my Apple TV Plus back on. So I guess we ought to get to that.
A lot of good stuff there.
The Velvet Underground documentary is really good, and
I got a Ted Lasso season 2.
Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
There's too many shows.
There are too many shows. I mean, I've already got too many shows, and now I'm going to turn on my Apple TV again? Good Lord.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm a professional, and I'm trying to keep up myself.
The first episode of The Sinner with Bill Pullman was quite good, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And he really is the most morose
he's
detective
just very,
in the world.
He's very tired.
Yeah, he sure is.
Is there a lot of sighing going on?
It takes him forever to answer a question, and it's usually the answer is 2 or 3 words. What do you think there, Harry? And you get this. You get. Well, he doesn't even stutter.
I don't. Yeah, he does stutter a lot.
It's like.
I
don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you watch American Rust on Showtime, Jeff Daniels has kind of the same problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
a small-town sheriff.
Oh, I see.
Very depressing.
I'm getting the report from upstairs from my wife. It says, there are too many shows, so we have to drop Big Sky. And I think I'm with her on this.
Aw.
They brought in the big villain from last time around. They killed him. And I'm like, that was a mistake. Why would you do that? The most interesting character on the show. Why did you kill him?
Wanted more money.
So then they bring him back as his twin brother.
No, not the twin brother.
Oh, that's great.
No,
And they
you
went,
can't
"Nope,
do that anymore.
Nope, sorry. I enjoy watching these two hot detectives run around the forests of Montana, but I think I'm out.
Yeah, too many shows.
All right. Well, thank you, Bill.
All right. BillFrost.tv, that's where you want to go. And we will, I hope, see you next week.
Okay, cool.
All right. Bye.
Traffic, please, Gina.
We've got a crash southbound I-15 milepost 325. That's just south of Shepherd Lane in Farmington. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-215 west at 47 South on-ramp in Taylorsville. Left shoulder affected there. And northbound I-15 5th West off-ramp in Bountiful, right shoulder affected there. And crash northbound I-215. This is just prior to California Avenue in Salt Lake. I think a lot of friends of the program were stuck in that mess because you texted us at 33986. Thank you for doing that. If you see something and it's safe for you to text, that's the place you do it. At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind this lost jewel of Cambodia at the Clark Planetarium.
Bonus round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, sports. Boner candidate number 2. The county does not believe that this could have possibly caused any stress. And boner candidate number 3, it's always a ton of fun at the Waffle House.
Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. Wendy's for breakfast. These things are just delicious little bundles of wonderfulness, and you're going to love it. $1.99 for the Wendy's breakfast croissant. Just $1.99. And at that price, you can afford to pick up some extras. And, your cubicle mates or, your boss, something like that. The hard part is choosing between sausage or bacon. The sausage or bacon egg and Swiss croissant, just $1.99. With the deal is good, that is the hard part, really. I mean, if you're just getting it for yourself. But like I said, at this price, get a couple. I'd get a couple of them and have one for lunch, honestly. But the fresh cracked eggs, the buttery flaky croissant, your choice of the oven-baked bacon or the delicious Wendy's sausage, which, in my opinion, is superior to all the rest. All for $1.99. So head to Wendy's there this morning for breakfast. Hit the drive-thru. It's easy, it's convenient, and affordable, and best of all, delicious. Wendy's. It's the lightning round of Ask a Bullfighter.
You could still get in a phone question if you want, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were going to do it.
You've had injuries.
That's a good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
wait a minute.
Why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. We just cinch you up on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Until that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. This is not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And finally,
actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden at the Golden Spike Arena.
Really? Just show up and
yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it?
Yeah, I think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
listen to you.
That would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken? Pretty standard question.
Probably 5.
5? What was the most painful one? No, no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
Good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
Do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet, I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work with is the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so maybe if I was a little smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No. I actually we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina?
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
All right. 8:21 right now. Time for round 2 of your boners. These are 3 news stories. They are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote, these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. So choose strategically here in round 2, and then we'll send both of them forward, and you'll vote for boner of the day and make that decision at 9:20 this morning. So right now, let's send one of these from round 2 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all 3, then you will vote to one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Tickets to The Chocolatier, an evening of immersive dance theater in a multi-room venue where you choose who to follow, and sometimes they choose you. Limited run of shows including Friday late nights, Sunday afternoons, and closing Halloween night. Tickets at sonderimmersive.com. That's SONDER immersive.com.
Boner candidate number 1 is, sports. Knoxville, Tennessee. Lane Kiffin was ready for just about anything Saturday night at his first return to Neyland Stadium as head coach. But dodging an endless sea of bottles, and both plastic and glass bottles, along with an assortment of other projectiles, including a golf ball, in what was an ugly ending to Ole Miss's 31-26 victory over Tennessee, was not on his play sheet. It's an emotional game, and fans are emotional, but You never expect something like that. To see all that stuff come flying out of the stands, Coach Kiffin told ESPN. I got hit with a golf ball, but at least whoever threw it was smart enough to throw a dirty range ball within 50. He's trying to make a little bit light of it, but still. With 54 seconds remaining, the game was delayed for around 20 minutes after officials on the field ruled that Tennessee tight end Jacob Warren was stopped just short of the first down marker on a 4th and 24 play in a questionable spot. The call on the field was upheld by replay officials, and irate fans in both lower and upper decks began showering the sideline and parts of the field with debris and bottles, most of them filled with water, but other substances as well.
Yeah.
According to Ole Miss, several Ole Miss cheerleaders were hit by the bottle. I mean,
really, it's a football game.
Yeah,
sports. Is it worth doing all that? No.
Boner candidate number 1. This is boner candidate number 2. The county doesn't believe that this could have possibly caused any stress. Los Angeles County officials,
this is reprehensible,
want Kobe Bryant's widow to take a psychiatric exam amid a legal battle over leaked photos of the 2020 helicopter crash that killed the retired NBA star and his daughter.
Yeah,
The
and
county
her daughter.
The county argued in a motion on Friday that medical examinations are needed to determine whether Vanessa Bryant and other plaintiffs' emotional distress was caused by the photos or the actual disaster.
This is how far they'll go to defend a cop. You know,
Bryant has alleged that that county fire and sheriff's department workers shared grisly pictures that they snapped at the scene of the crash.
There's no disputing that they did that.
No.
What they're disputing is, well, that didn't really hurt her, did it? Isn't she just upset that they died? She's not really injured in the fact that
she
these
didn't
pictures
see
were shown.
any of the pictures, they say. So how could that possibly have upset her?
You can't imagine how,
Bryant,
as a human being, how that might make you feel if you were in that situation.
the sheriff's department's outrageous actions have caused Ms. Bryant severe emotional distress and compounded the trauma of losing Kobe and Gianna, the legal accusation said. One deputy took up to 100 pictures on his phone and then showed them to a bartender.
That there should be penalties for that.
Well, I think there are. There have been some. They've been pursuing other, criminal penalties against them. But
And let me help you out too. This isn't Vanessa Bryant trying to get money out of you. She has money.
Mm-hmm.
This is not some ploy for her to try to, get rich off this. She has plenty of money. She was damaged.
Boner candidate number 2. The county doesn't believe that this could have possibly caused any stress.
it's just so disgusting.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It's always a ton of fun at the Waffle House.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Scott Hale is offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
Colin Powell, who served in 4 decades of public life, served as the nation's top soldier, diplomat, and national security advisor, and whose speech at the United Nations in 2003 helped pave the way for the United States to go to war in Iraq, died on Monday. Today, he was 84. He died of complications of COVID-19, his family said in a statement. He had been fully vaccinated and was treated at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, where he died, his family said. Mr. Powell was a pathbreaker, serving as the country's first African-American national security advisor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Secretary of State. Beginning with his 35 years in the Army, Mr. Powell was emblematic of the ability of minorities to use the military as a ladder of opportunity. He was a classic American success story. Born in Harlem of Jamaican parents Mr. Powell grew up in the South Bronx, graduated from City College of New York, joined the Army through the ROTC, and from a young second lieutenant commissioned in the dawn of a newly desegregated Army, Powell served 2 decorated combat tours in Vietnam. He was National Security Advisor to President Reagan at the end of the Cold War, helping negotiate arms treaties and an era of cooperation with the Soviet President, Mikhail Gorbachev. He was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, while briefing reporters at the beginning of the Gulf War, Powell summed up the military's strategy to defeat Saddam Hussein's army. Our strategy in going after this army is very simple. First, we're going to cut it off, and then we're going to kill it. He retired from the military in 93. He was one of the most popular figures in America, though, and there was a lot of talk about him running for president at some point. He was a Republican, which he didn't really. I mean, when you're in the Army, you don't talk about that much. But once he had retired, he made that known.
So people, of course, are already starting to make a big deal out of, well, he was vaccinated and he died anyway. He apparently had multiple myeloma, which is a blood cancer. So
that makes you vulnerable anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, a vaccination would maybe help a little bit, but
yeah. I mean, and it's never been said, oh, you're vaccinated, everything's fine. No, there's still a chance, which is why we encourage you to wear masks and distance and all of that still, even with the vaccine. But he was 84. That probably didn't help any either.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's see. And Ryan Reynolds. So he's going to take a little break, a little sabbatical from movies.
I watched that Free Guy this weekend.
How'd you like that?
I enjoyed it, yes.
He says he just needs a little break. He just finished a movie called Spirited.
It's like a holiday movie, I think. It's like
with Will Ferrell and Octavia Spencer. Oh, I watched that. That's Octavia Spencer, isn't it? That movie Ma. I watched that for some reason on Friday. I'd heard it was okay, and it is okay. But movies need to have a Juliette Lewis warning on them. You know, warning: this movie may contain some Juliette Lewis because she plays the mother. I just don't care for. Warning: this movie may contain. I went, oh no, Juliette. I almost didn't watch it, but then anyway. Let's see. States. They say that U.S. health officials are saying that they're setting the stage for a COVID-19 vaccination campaign for younger children, and so they're telling state officials start pre-ordering doses.
Get ready
for the kids. Get ready to help states and cities prepare. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention this week sent out a 7-page planning guide that some say provided important clarifications on how to set up the program. And currently, the Pfizer vaccine is authorized for emergency use in children as young as 12. It's received full FDA approval for those 16 and older. Now, it looks as though it's going to be younger than 12 coming up pretty soon.
I know a lot of parents have been anxiously waiting for this news.
A crash during a police chase through Salt Lake resulted in the death of a woman who was in a vehicle that wasn't involved in the pursuit. Around noon on Saturday, North Salt Lake Police got a report that there were 2 guys driving a Ford F-250, drinking alcohol, passing the bottle back and forth, driving erratically. So they spotted them. A chase ensued. The suspects got off I-15 in Salt Lake, and the pursuit ended when the truck hit a smaller car head-on, 1200 West, 500 North, there in the Rose Park area. There were 2 women in the car. One of them killed, one of them life-threatening injuries. Bill Clinton was in the hospital. Now he ain't.
He's okay.
He's I had some bad bugs in my bloodstream, but they flushed all that out. So Hill and I are going to go out to dinner. Here's a remarkable study which showed that Americans have been drinking and smoking more during the pandemic.
I haven't been smoking more at all.
What a bombshell finding. And Pete Buttigieg, he's the Secretary of the Transportation.
Mm-hmm.
I was going moving stuff around.
Transportation.
He's Secretary of moving stuff around. He says the U.S. supply chain issues we are experiencing right now will continue into 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Pete's taken a bit of a leave of absence. He and his partner have twins.
Husband. That's his husband.
Yeah, husband. Have twins, and they're ill. The twins have some sort of.
They're preemies and.
Yeah.
And,
so he's taking a break to take care of them, and Tucker Carlson thinks that that's just shameful.
Yeah, he said something like, "Well, unless you're breastfeeding, there's no reason to." I don't.
Yeah.
God. He is just.
He's the worst.
He's evil.
He's either a horrible human being or he knows that saying these things will upset people
It's
and
both.
get him attention.
It's both.
It's both?
All
All right, because he knows he's getting attention for this.
Yeah. And speaking of supply, Thanksgiving coming up. If you want a small turkey for Thanksgiving, you may not be able to get one. The small turkeys will be in short supply. So, if it's just mom and dad at home alone, you're going to have a 30-pounder. It's like, sorry.
It'll take you all day to cook it for two people.
I would suggest, if possible, a turkey breast only.
Sure.
It serves a nice one. Could serve at least 6 people, and they're quite tasty and easier to cook. Okay.
I like the dark meat though.
I do too, but you may not be able to get one unless you want to buy a 30-pound turkey. So, all right, that's it. Sports weather traffic or weather traffic or whatever.
Yeah, brought to you by RSL versus San Jose at Rio Tinto Stadium Saturday the 30th. Text the word LEO, L-E-O, to 33986 to win your tickets from X96. Message and data rates apply. Of course, we had Amy Donaldson on earlier talking about a whole lot of sports, and she didn't really talk about baseball, so I will just mention that the Dodgers lost to the Braves yesterday 5-4. And let's see what we have on schedule for today. It's the Astros and the Red Sox. That's a 6 o'clock game tonight. That's your sports. Weather, so kind of nice right now, not terribly cold. It's going to cool off, though, and get wetter later. Around 3 o'clock is when our first chance of rain looks like it might be coming into the valley. And then overnight tonight, 90% chance of rain, possibly mixed with snow that will continue into your Tuesday morning commute. Then looks like things warm up a bit and dry out for the next 3 or 4 days. Next chance of rain will be Saturday night into Sunday, it looks like. Traffic, let's see, we have my UDOT website telling us that crash northbound I-15 milepost 303, that's 38 south in Murray. Center lane affected there. Southbound I-15 just south of Shepherd Lane in Farmington and Davis County, right shoulder being affected there. Northbound I-215 west at 47 south on-ramp in Taylorsville. I'll check our message stream. Nope, you're all just trying to win the Real Salt Lake tickets. That's okay. You can do that. And then a little bit later on, if you want to send us some traffic, if you're seeing it, please. We appreciate it when you do that. 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. It's always a ton of fun at the Waffle House. It was it says here it was a frightening moment for a customer. I would say it was a ton of fun for a customer after he said that a waitress at the Waffle House, now get this, pulled out a gun and pointed at his head after a dispute over food. She said, "I'm going to blow your brains out," Candy Franklin said.
Candy Franklin said that the argument with the waitress over food sizzled out of control early Wednesday morning. Again, this is all just part of the fun of going to the Waffle House.
I still want to know what the argument was about. What?
It happened over cheese eggs. At first, they didn't bring them to me. Then they brought me normal eggs, and I said that I ordered eggs with cheese on them. I tipped her and everything. It was all like a normal dispute over food. I never in a million years thought it would come to gun violence. I was looking down at my food to make sure it was right, and that's when I saw people running. I look up, and she had a gun pointed right at my head. I didn't think she would shoot me, but then she cocked it. So I was like, well, maybe she is going to shoot me.
Well, it is the Waffle House.
Now this customer is saying she's upset by this. I mean, this is all just part of the fun of going to the Waffle House.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number one, sports. Woo! Tennessee fans pelting the field because they didn't like the outcome of a game, and a call in, they hit the opposing coach with a golf ball. They were throwing bottles full of pee and other substances. And, what great fans. Boner candidate number two, the county doesn't believe that this could have possibly caused any stress. Los Angeles County officials want psychiatrists to examine Vanessa Bryant to see if she really is feeling stressed because grisly photos were taken of the crash scene where her husband and daughter were killed. And Boner candidate number three, it's always a ton of fun at the Waffle House.
Time for you to vote for round two's Boner candidate. Send one of these three forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 18, 2021, and vote there. Now, the winner here is not Boner of the Day yet. It goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be, because it'll go up against the winner of round one. Good candidate. So choose strategically here with round two. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. We'll do that in an hour. So get ready. Here we go. This is round two.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau. Plateau. The blood fever. It's not a birth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But, Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind-melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind-melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hanson would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hanson. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hanson get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh bucktail? What is exactly in Plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a piece of chocolate cream pie.
Nice.
And Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rockin' Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle, or pour it in a tin cup and sip it by the fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores. Produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
Let's see, we had, I think I've lost the, oh no, there it is. We had boner candidate, I thought I'd lost the count, but boner candidate number 1, yeah, sports, woo. Tennessee fans being asshats, throwing stuff at the field, hitting an opposing coach with a golf ball. Boner candidate number 2 was the county doesn't really believe that, you know, this could possibly cause any emotional stress. The Los Angeles County wanting psychiatrists to examine Vanessa Bryant to see if she really did suffer grief over the fact that photos of her husband and daughter's death were shared around by, I think it was an EMT or a firefighter in L.A. County. And boner candidate number 3, it's always a ton of fun at the Waffle House. In this case, a waitress, a server, pulling a gun on a customer over an argument over the food that was served. The number 1 and number 3, the Waffle House one actually did pretty well.
Oh.
But they still couldn't beat L.A. County wanting to have the psychiatrist look at Vanessa
Yeah,
Bryant.
that's the one that should have won.
Pretty reprehensible. All right, and that is your winner of round 2. It goes forward now. It might be boner of the day. It'll depend on how well it does going up against candidate or a boner round 1 winner, which was a really good candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take them both. It's going to be a good boner fight at 9:20 this morning. So stick around for that. All right, is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, you're searching for Pokemon. Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right, brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. The name of the new episode is Between Death and New Zealand.
There's a lot there.
Well, maybe not as much as you think.
Things.
Well, the two have something in common, and you'll have to listen to the show to find out. The big thing that happened over the weekend was DC Fandome. And I think this is a great thing. I think this is the direction that the movie studios are going to be going. This is just my opinion. I think this is where they're going to be going to distribute their teasers and information rather than Comic-Con. Because they can control the message. They can control everything about it. They try to tell you it's live. It's not. It's all contextually perfect, and they can present what they want, how they want to do it. They don't have to rely on a live audience or, a moderator who might screw things up. So what we did get, there was a lot of things that were announced, and I would encourage you to go and take a look at all of the things. There was footage from the new Shazam movie. There was some footage from the Black Adam movie with The Rock and announcements about Batgirl and all this other stuff. But the two big things that we got were, first of all, we got a new trailer for the movie The Batman, which...
Fear is a tool. But when that light hits the sky, it's not just a call. It's a warning.
Now, you may have had doubts about Robert Pattinson as Batman. I think all those doubts will go away after you watch this new trailer. I'm just calling him Battinson now. That's all there is to it.
This is about a king and Riddler's the match.
Now, what we did learn in this trailer was, wow, there was so much going on. What they talked about as far as the new movie goes, the director said, we've seen a lot of origin stories.
Right.
One place we hadn't been was grounding it in the way the Frank Miller comic Year One does. And so this is like a Batman beginning kind of thing.
Maybe we're not so different.
Pattinson described his character as a man who is not sleeping, who doesn't have a clear delineation between Bruce Wayne and his costume identity.
Vengeance.
He has completely defined who Batman is, and he gets lost in it, says Pattinson. But we also get to see Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, and wow, she looks great. We get a look at Paul Dano as the Riddler, also great, and Colin Farrell as the Penguin under a whole lot of makeup.
Oh, he doesn't need that much.
But best of all, to me, we got to look at the new Batmobile in action.
Okay.
Now, the thing about the new Batmobile is that, the conceit for the Batmobile has always been he's a rich guy, he can create his own car and whatever it is, and it's, it's usually wild.
Yeah.
This thing looks like he bought it off of a car dealership's, location and souped it up. So it's more based in reality as opposed
Like
to
how, starting from scratch, building something. but
exactly.
okay,
And I just, I mean, I will always have as my favorite Batmobile is the one from 1966, but this one I think is a very close second.
Okay.
It's really a good looking car. March 25th, 2022 is when we get that. Now, the other thing that we got.
You mean the Adam West Batmobile is the best?
I think, yeah. That's my favorite one.
all right, then.
And these two Batmobiles couldn't be more different, I'll be honest with you. But I love them both. The other thing that we got, and this is also Batman adjacent, it's some footage from the Flash movie. Now, the Flash movie is going to be bringing in, how do I describe this? It's going to be bringing in multiverses. Different multiverses.
Okay.
So the Ezra Miller Flash.
Oh, because he can time travel, right?
Because he can time travel, but he can also travel to other dimensions, other universes, along with the time travel thing, because he can go so fast. You buy the premise, you buy the bit.
Yeah.
This is Ezra Miller as the Flash. We never see him, but meeting Michael Keaton as Batman, who is in this movie.
Ah.
Yes.
Tell me something. You can go anywhere you want, right? Any timeline, any universe. Why do you want to stay and fight to save this one? You change the future.
Now, there's a lot of footage of Bruce Wayne's house from the first Batman movie. His cowl, his car. I mean, all the cool stuff that you remember from Batman in 1988. But we also get a look at other characters in this, where we get a look at, let's see, Supergirl. We get a look at, there's just a whole lot of characters converging in this Flash movie. Also, Ben Affleck is going to be showing up as Bruce Wayne. So it's going to be interesting, this Flash movie. I'm actually looking forward to it. They don't have a release date for it, just in production. So if you're a DC fan, that's going to make you very happy. Also, if you're a DC fan, I don't know how you'll feel about this, but you remember Superman's slogan? This was announced at DC Fandom.
Truth, justice, and the American way.
Not so fast. No. It has been changed. It has been updated.
You can't do that.
Truth, justice, and a better tomorrow is the slogan now. To better reflect the storylines that we are telling across DC and to honor Superman's incredible legacy of over 80 years of building a better world, Superman's motto is evolving, according to Jim Lee at DC Comics. He didn't comment as to why American Way was dropped, just that a better tomorrow is more expansive and more inclusive. And
I'll tell you why it was dropped, because George Soros didn't want it. George Soros doesn't want us saying good things about America.
Now, before people complain, I need to remind you that this is not the first time that Superman's patriotic ties have been re-examined. All right, this is not new. In 2006, Bryan Singer's Superman Return, Perry White asked, does he still stand for truth, justice, and all that other stuff? And that's when the screenwriter said he's an international superhero. In 2011, the 900th issue of Action Comics, he says, I'm tired of having my actions construed as instruments of U.S. policy, Superman said. Truth, justice, and the American way, it's not enough anymore. The world's too small, too connected. And let's not forget, Superman is sort of the ultimate immigrant story. So before you get upset, let's,
he wasn't born here.
How about truth, justice, and the Krypton way?
Well, that's another story. That's one called, I think it's called Injustice, which is happening. It's in a game where Superman decides, all right, you guys have been screwing it up too long. I'm taking over. That's another story. All right.
Okay, that'd be good.
Traffic, please.
Crash northbound Legacy Parkway at milepost 5. This is in West Bountiful, off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound Bangor Highway 26 South in West Valley. Right lane affected there. Northbound I-15 at about 38 South in Murray. The center lane is blocked. And crash southbound I-15 just south of Shepherd Lane in Farmington. That one is off to the right shoulder as well. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with boner fights, all of that stuff on the way. A reasonable amount of news as well, all coming up. KXRK Provo.
We know you listen to X90.
I was going to mention this article.
Oh, okay. This is the Tribune article?
Yeah, this guy calls me. And that's why, I don't know what Richie expected. He calls me. He asks for some quotes.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing you want to do, obviously, is see if he got the quotes right.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always do? If you're being quoted
I don't want to be
paper?
misquoted.
No.
I might come off looking stupid.
I'm just concerned my name's spelled right.
It is. And I was quoted correctly. I don't know about you, because you haven't looked yet.
I was rambling. I was doing my dishes when he called, so I had him on my jawbone, you know.
I was
you in the bathroom?
No, I was at Liberty Park putting my kids on the Ferris wheel and the little all the litlittle death trap rides that are over there at Liberty Park. The little injury-inducing ride. I cut myself on this.
Really?
Allred, in referencing his 5,000th episode on the Radio from Hell program, was quoted as saying, "You little jerk, get on that ride!"
You're bringing the little jerks tonight, right?
Yeah. But the quote, this dawned on me. This was, I think one of the more brilliant observations I've ever had. The reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune asked me, so why do you think your show has been on so long? Why has it lasted 5,000 episodes when other morning shows and radio shows have come and gone? Some appear and go quickly, some are there for a while, but they disappear. Why have you guys lasted 5,000 episodes? And I said, well, it seems pretty simple to me. It's because nobody ever fired us. Really? I mean, isn't that he kind of paused and he said, well, I guess that is true, isn't it?
Well, but we were fired.
Doesn't mean it's good. We just weren't fired.
We were fired once.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we were fired once.
Yeah.
No, you weren't fired. You could have stayed. You two could have kept doing the show.
No, he was told he would be fired if he didn't sign the contract.
That's what I mean. If you had signed the contract,
I was fired. I was fired because I wanted to be fired. I don't
different.
I don't count that as really being fired. Mm-hmm. I was fired because I really, really wanted to be fired in the long run. I wasn't going to sign.
You could have kept your job if you wanted. Yeah. You signed the contract. You keep your job.
I wasn't going to sign a contract with those people, and I said to myself, if they fire me, I'll get unemployment. So that's what I want. I wanted to be fired.
So you were fired.
Yeah, but nobody's ever really fired.
Like I said, you suck. I don't want you to work here anymore. Get out.
Technically, I've been fired. You were never fired.
I've been fired many, many times. Oh, you mean from that
job?
Not
from this show.
Yeah,
but not from this show.
From this show. You've never been fired from this show.
Not from this show, no.
No.
Well, that's where it matters.
No. Never been fired from this show. And I was fired kind of by design, so I don't count that.
Because on this day?
In 1974, Peter Svensson, guitarist with the Swedish rock band The Cardigans, was born. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
This just makes me want to have a smorgasbord. I'm going to go to the smorgasbord.
So I want to believe my son.
Oh, no. Which one?
Mohammed.
No, he's a little liar. He's a little liar.
Did he say something about being attacked by a bear? Or
No,
he's done that before.
Samuel Jackson's autograph?
No, that was me.
That's right.
So he said he and his buddies were at the park after school, and the neighborhood park. So there's houses all around it, and this guy walked over to this group of like 10 boys, and he said, "I'm not mad. I did it when I was your age. Ding dong door ditch. I did it. But I had to work all night, and I was trying to sleep, and somebody ding dong door ditched me, and I just ask it not happen during the day because I work all night." And Muhammad said he and his friends were like, "It wasn't us. We didn't ding dong door ditch you." And Muhammad's telling me the story, and then he said, "But I felt so bad for the guy because he was really nice. So I went to Harmon's, and with my own money, I bought a dozen of the pumpkin chocolate chip cookies that they have there at Harmon's. And I went and I left them on his doorstep because I felt bad. Not that we did anything, but just that this poor guy was trying to sleep."
Okay. Oh, believe
Which I
him.
could see him doing that.
Well, then go ahead and believe him. Go ahead and believe him.
He's a nice kid.
It doesn't matter that much whether
maybe
he
actually
did it and he feels bad about it, or maybe he just feels bad about it. He feels bad, and he used now. He says he used his own money and went to the store.
Well, he has a debit card that we put his allowance on, so that's his.
So did you check it? Did you check it?
That's his money.
Did you check it?
Yeah, no, he did. He bought.
You're sure? You checked it? Okay. Well, then it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I might chastise him for being kind of a wuss.
I mean, I told it. I said, a lot of people have those Ring doorbells. I don't know that ding dong door ditch is something you can get away with anymore.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe I won't do it. I didn't do it.
Cameras, but
I don't recall that I probably did it.
I did it. Didn't everybody do that at some?
I don't know. Probably.
Well, did you ever on Valentine's Day take a Valentine envelope and the fishing line?
Well, I've told you that famous story.
That's a horrible story.
I've told you that happened to me. It was awful.
You do it with your fishing pole because it's faster.
Yeah. No,
you do it by hand. It's hard to.
It was terrible. It was
Tell people what it is. They don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so I got the doorbell rang. I was wearing my bathrobe and my slippers. I look out on the doorstep and I go, "Somebody left me a Valentine." And I was like 8. I was so excited. Somebody had left me a Valentine, and I reached down to pick it up, and it jumps away, and what?
So sad.
And then I went and reached for it again. It jumps away down the steps. It jumps. It starts jumping, and I'm following it, going, "What's
in your robe?"
And then I hear kids laughing out on the curb, by the street.
See, because when it happened to me, it went, and I went, "Okay, that's it."
I know what that is.
I'm out. Turn around. Go back in the house.
I didn't. I swallowed it hook, line, and sinker.
Apparently.
And there was snow on the grass, I remember.
Well,
and I wasn't wearing anything but my robe.
Well.
It was embarrassing on several fronts.
Oh, and they were watching from probably more than one from around the bushes or something.
Yeah, of course.
And they were like, "Man, he went all the way to the street
what a
in
sucker.
his robe.
What a sucker!" And I was.
a sucker, and I didn't get any Valentines. No, I hate
I don't know
Valentine's Day.
Why is it so shocking that Bill had a bathrobe at age 8? I don't understand that.
Why would that be shocking?
I don't know. If someone is surprised that you had a bathrobe at age 8. I had one at age 4.
My kids have bathrobes. They love, because here's why they have a bathrobe. I bought them a bathrobe because if I didn't, they would come down for breakfast with a blanket wrapped around them. And that's, no, you put on a robe. You
My
can't
mother
eat
had
with
to
a
buy
blanket wrapped around.
My mother had to buy me a robe because I would come down to breakfast naked. And then,
with something on.
yeah. So that's why I had the robe.
I don't know why. Are you trying to imply that we're privileged or something because we had a bathrobe at a young age? I don't understand that. Statement.
Maybe this will make you feel better. It was a hand-me-down robe from my uncle. It was one of those beacon robes, you know, with a rope tie. It was a beacon
From your
robe.
uncle? It was your uncle's hand-me-down robe?
Yes. It was, well, they
Were there
last
cigarettes
forever.
in the pocket? Did he leave?
My uncle went on a mission to Australia, Gina.
That does not negate the question.
He was not a smoker.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Boner Fight on the way, a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. Zero Res.
Oh, speaking of Muhammad, I need to call them. He had an iced tea in his room.
Oh.
And of course, what happened? It spilled on the carpet. And
Well, of course it did.
I know if I call Zero Res, they'll come and take care of it, and the carpets will dry faster because they don't use detergents, and something about that makes them dry fast.
Did any of that iced tea get into the air ducts by any chance?
Maybe,
the furnace?
perhaps.
Yeah, the furnace ducts. Because right now Zero Res has this deal where they will clean your carpets or tile $33 per room, and then you get 25% off air duct cleaning services from Zero Res. So give them a call. The number is 801-288-9376. That's 801-2880. Or find them online. Make an appointment now. ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com. Get that $33 per room plus 25% off air duct cleaning.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please?
Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room.
Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA. But this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Haston, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh no! If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, smoking psychotherapist.
Okay, 9:20 right now, and I guess we can go ahead and get a reasonable amount of news out of the way, and then we'll get to a boner fight.
All
So
right.
we have about 7 minutes, so
All right, then.
that's a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news. Brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
All right.
Let me just say, you're welcome to Moochie's. You're welcome. So Jamie Lee Curtis said that her late mother, Janet Lee, she's been dead a long time, hasn't she? She would have been really upset by the hashtag #MeToo movement that has swept Hollywood the last 4 years. The 62-year-old actress spoke with Interview Magazine in a chat with fellow actress Melanie Griffith about the entertainment industry and their families' backgrounds in it. The discussion on the topic came up as Curtis and Griffith both spoke about their respective mothers. Lee
and Tippi Hedren, who is 91 now.
Oh,
and
she's still alive? I thought maybe
and their work with the late Alfred Hitchcock. Jamie Lee Curtis said that she didn't think her mother would ever have acknowledged that there was any bad behavior in the entertainment industry due to her unrealistic optimism about it and the people in it. She was, it's a bad term, but she was kind of Pollyanna-ish about the industry. I think the hashtag #MeToo movement would have really upset her. It's not fair to me to unpack that because she's dead, and I probably shouldn't put words in her mouth, but knowing her, I think she would not say that Alfred Hitchcock behaved with her in any way. When making Psycho. But it's interesting that maybe our mothers were in competition with each other. Curtis said she didn't think her mother would have said there was any bad behavior. Tippi Hedren, she says quite the opposite. When she was working on The Birds,
Yes.
Alfred Hitchcock was pretty much a lech.
Yeah,
was he handsy?
Well, and he terrorized her when she turned him
really?
down. Yeah, he made things really hard for her when she wouldn't play along.
Yeah, yeah. So she didn't have too many nice things to say about Hitchcock. Let's see. Did you hear that Vince Neil? He fell off the stage, broke his hip or something. I don't know.
Ribs. He broke ribs.
He was at the Monsters on the Mountain Festival in Pigeon Forge, and he broke some ribs, but there's been no medical report yet. The Motley Crue frontman was performing with his own band, TMZ said, but he was singing a Motley Crue song, "Don't Go Away Mad, Just Go Away."
Mm-hmm.
And he stepped to the front of the stage and to get the audience clapping along, and then he just stepped.
It's hard with the lights, and you don't really know.
It is. It's very, very hard.
And he's, he's got a big belly, so that kind of makes him,
Tell me about it.
He's here to
tell me about it. And Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins, directing Wonder Woman 3, says Linda Carter's going to be back. So I guess they're going to have her be the Wonder Woman. Apparently that other young woman didn't work out. So Linda Carter will be back to play, I don't know, which I guess she'll be Wonder Woman's mother or something.
No, she appears at the end. Yeah,
go ahead. If you saw 1984, I did know. Yeah.
I didn't see it.
She's at the end of that.
Yes.
Well, she'll be back to be at the end again.
She is a character.
Is she selling contact lenses? Or?
No.
No? Nothing like that? Or didn't she used to sell pantyhose, too? I think a long time ago.
No. On
TV. And the Squid Game. That's Squid Game show that everybody likes so much. I didn't see Saturday Night Live, but I did see Pete Davidson and Rami Malek doing that country western Squid Game song. I thought
got it for you here if you'd like.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't want to hear the whole thing, but
don't got a lot of money. Drive a rusted out Chevy. I just got laid off. Board tab ain't paid off. My ex-wife hates me. Even had to sell my puppy. Yes, I'm broken, it's a damn shame. Guess I gotta play the Squid Game.
I guess it's a parody of some song. It's still funny, even if you don't know the song.
It's the Squid Game. Have a number, not a real name. 'Cause I'm playing in the Squid Game.
I thought that Rami Malek did a good job, and that personally, my favorite part was the Prince audition. so it's Kenan Thompson dressed as like Purple Rain Prince, and then Rami Malek dressed as kind of sexy Prince, and they're auditioning for a biopic. Who's going to play? And my favorite part was, well, we're gonna go with Kenan because he's black. And Rami Malek's like, hey, I'm Egyptian. I'm from Africa. Isn't that close? And they're like, no. Sorry.
Utahns who want to have a say in the once-a-decade redistricting of the state's electoral boundaries have just 1 week and 1 day left to share their input to the Utah Department of Redistricting Commission. The commission will stop taking public comment on October 23rd before going on to ignore everything that everybody has asked them to do. The report will include 3 sets of maps outlining potential federal congressional districts. Utah Senate and House districts and school board districts will be in the hands of the legislature, who then can do whatever the hell they want.
Unfortunately.
And it's interesting. I heard somebody say the other day that there's not a lot they can do because they've already, parsed out the districts so tightly and so narrowly that there's really not much.
They could totally change it. They don't have to stay.
Well, they could, but why would they?
Exactly.
They've got a stranglehold on everything already. The Republicans do so.
All these rural areas are now, they have all this desert, and 30 people have just as much say as downtown Salt Lake, and it just doesn't seem right.
We have 6 Democrats in the legislature. Let's see if somehow we can get that down to 4. Let's try and get that down to 4.
People think you're joking, Bill.
I know they do.
And it's supposed to be a nonpartisan, group that's deciding this. Yeah. But how the legislature got around that is okay, it's a nonpartisan group that's going to decide this, but we don't have to do what they say.
No, we can do whatever we want.
We can do whatever we want. So that just takes all the teeth right out of it.
There are, let's see, let me do this. Mayor Mendenhall, Erin Mendenhall, she wants that tiny home community to help homelessness. And it's a huge project. Well, it's met another delay, another snag having to do with rezoning. And so Mayor Mendenhall is philosophical about that. She said it is a big project, and big projects do often run into roadblocks and delays, so we'll just work around it.
All right. And if anyone can, she will.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, now we go to the fight, the winner from round 1, which was, this is apparently a very popular racist sign. I saw a report about it and said it was in Idaho or Utah, and then I got looking, and there are reports of high school students using this sign over the last couple of years, at least in various high schools across the country. This promposal sign that says, if I were black, I'd be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you to go to the prom. Not only is it racist, it's just stupid. And that's going up against Boner candidate number 2. The county doesn't believe that this could possibly have caused any stress to poor Vanessa Bryant. This story about people on the scene of the crash where her husband and daughter were killed, the helicopter crash, and somebody taking a bunch of unauthorized pictures of this grisly scene and then showing them to people. Now, Ms. Bryant did not see the photos herself, but she is suing because it caused her undue emotional stress. And I think other family members of other people who were on the helicopter have joined in that lawsuit. Well, L.A. County says, well, we don't believe this could have possibly caused. We need you to have a psychiatric examination. Just what a lousy 2-bit thing to do.
The county, the lawyers, there's so many people to blame for this one. It's just reprehensible, everything about it. All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner voting, October 18. Oh, it's Boner Fight, excuse me. Boner Fight, October 18, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to the website. You'll need to refresh your internet browser, and it will appear, so you can click on it and vote at that time. All right. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
it's
let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
That's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? What's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in? Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and for helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. All right, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by chicken with rice and black beans and peppers and a piece of chocolate cream pie.
What kind of crust on that chocolate cream pie?
It was Oreo, I believe.
Oh, that's what I was hoping you would say. Not that I have any, but that's the way to go about it. And Scott Hale is offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
We had Boner candidate number 1. That was the racist promposal sign, which apparently is all over the place. And then Boner candidate number 2 was L.A. County wanting psychiatrists to measure Vanessa Bryant's grief over the photos that have been circulating or had circulated. She didn't see any of the photos, but nonetheless, they had circulated pictures of the crash site where her husband, Kobe, and her daughter were killed. It was a very close voting situation, and barely winning by, I think it was 3 or 4 votes. Boner candidate number 2, the Vanessa Bryant, L.A. County one.
Wow. I mean, I knew it would win. I didn't expect it would be that close.
Pretty close.
There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie. And
The following is a sponsored feature.
We'll get Jenna on the phone here. I think she's there, right?
Jenna,
Hi.
are you there?
Hi.
I'm here.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
You know.
You know what would help you, Bill? You know what would make you better?
What?
A little piece of chocolate. Right, Jenna?
Yeah. Yep. I agree with that.
That's something to do for yourself. Jenna, by the way, is with Nightingale College, and she's going to tell us how to eat chocolate.
Essentially.
Talk
yeah,
about
you
that.
know, in so many words. Well, okay. So in the spirit of fall, we're going to be talking today about treating yourself with the foods that you love in moderation. Research tells us there is not actually any benefit of deprivation, and in fact, depriving yourself can actually lead to feelings of depression and binge eating. So kind of like the same concept that one salad never made anyone magically healthy, one piece of chocolate or cake also never made anyone magically unhealthy. So the key here is really balance and moderation in all things.
You know, you talk about moderation, and it's sometimes easier said than done.
For sure.
Are there techniques to help you moderate your behavior?
Yeah, so portion control is really the key here. Reading labels and practicing measuring out those proper portions of your favorite foods. It really is a learned behavior, and it does take practice. MyFitnessPal is a really great app to check in with yourself from time to time to see how you're doing, to see, you know, if you're meeting your goals and things like that. I don't recommend using apps like that long-term for calorie counting because it can lead to obsessive behavior. And really the goal here is to be kind to yourself and be intuitive and understand what your limits are.
Now that MyFitnessPal app, I downloaded that at one. I thought they were actually going to send me a buddy to sit and help me.
An actual person.
And that didn't happen. But so I turned to another one. There's one called Lose It, which is also pretty good for calorie counting.
Yeah, and it kind of gives you a check-in of how much sugar you're consuming and things like that as well, which is helpful.
Okay, well, here's the situation in our house is that we just got our big bag of Halloween candy. All right. And Sue got it yesterday. It's like 150 pieces, and she said, should I open it up and put it in the pumpkin bowl? And I said no, because if it's open, I will eat.
Yeah.
But I like it.
But they're the fun size, Carrie. Now, Jenna, surely you can treat yourself to a little fun size.
That's a misnomer.
Every
fun
day?
size is a misnomer.
So something that I actually eat chocolate every single day. I eat peanut M&Ms. For some reason, that's the candy I have found that satisfies my craving. It's something that I don't go too crazy on. And chocolate actually has a lot of beneficial properties.
Sure.
It's a natural mood booster, and it has a lot of antioxidants in it, which can help to prevent cancer and diabetes. So as long as you're not overdoing it, like you don't want to maybe have 10 fun-sized pieces in a day, but if you treat yourself to 1 or 2, I think that's totally appropriate.
10 fun-sized pieces is just, it's 10 times 1 the fun.
Yeah.
I think the reason that I'm with you on the peanut M&Ms, and I think the reason that it's satisfying is because not only do you get the sweetness, you get the chocolate flavor, but you also get the crunching, and
yeah.
You know, so that helps satisfy a craving as well.
And now I want peanut M&Ms.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Jenna, anything else you need to tell us about ways to, you know, not be depressed and keep your mood up?
Yeah, so I think, you know, everybody loves their pumpkin spice latte. And full disclosure, I used to be a barista at Starbucks, so I know a little bit about the pumpkin spice craze. And some tips I can give you with ordering things like that is, rather than ordering a grande, try ordering a tall size. Usually the tall size drinks at Starbucks have 3 pumps of syrup in them. You can always ask for 2. So there's ways that you can decrease some of your sugar intake throughout the season without depriving yourself. And I think it's really finding what works for you, something that you can stick with.
Yeah. It's it is difficult, but if you sort of do it mindfully, if you just from the beginning of the day, and I'm a fine one to talk because I don't do this, but if from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, if you carefully consider what you're sticking into yourself, it makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head there with the word mindful. It's exactly what it's about.
Yeah. So go to nightingalecollege.edu. Edu for more information?
Nightingale.edu.
Nightingale, yep. Just nightingale.edu.
Yep, that's correct.
All right, Jenna, and thank you very much. We look forward to talking to you again.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Have a great week.
See you later.
All right, we will take a break and we'll crawl towards the exits after these X96.
Program, Carrie and Bill. And let's see, it's time to check out the answering machine. Have you...
Yeah, go ahead and access it. We have an answering machine here at work because, well, we don't like personal calls at home. I use my phone at home for outgoing calls only.
Hi there, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
Usually these calls come in after hours. I mean, after we're not here, that is.
After like 1 or 2.
It's rewinding.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Allred. This is Dr. Arnold's office calling.
Oh.
I have what I hope is good news for both you and Samantha. Samantha's definitely pregnant.
Hey.
She's a very healthy bitch, so we anticipate no problems. She's about a month along.
Good.
So she should deliver in about 2 months. Office will be open until 5 p.m., so please try to pick her up before then. We'll have her well-groomed and ready to go.
Well-groomed?
I didn't tell you guys I got a Chihuahua, did I?
Oh, it's a Chihuahua.
It's a little. I got a new little dog.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know you got little beady eyes.
Yeah, they are.
Gonna have
Hi,
pups.
Carrie. This is Libby Weaver from Fox News.
Oh.
Hey, would you stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox?
Again?
If you don't stop, I'm going to have to call the police, Carrie. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the in vitro fertilization clinic at the University of Utah calling for Ralph Allred. Mr. Allred, we have the sperm sample you left with us yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure what to say here. The sample you left with us, it's not human. Please
Bill,
return our call.
Bill, you're supposed to...
I didn't understand.
Leave yours. Not... Never mind.
Hi, Carrie. This is Shauna Parsons from Fox News. Listen, you've got to stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox. This is getting absolutely
turn this
ridiculous.
off?
I have called the Salt Lake Police, and there is a restraining order against you, so wise up.
Can we turn this off, please?
Way to go, Carrie.
None of any...
Add it
Bill?
again.
It's Chunga. I got my big toe caught in the
no.
water spout of the tub again, and I can't get it out.
Again?
I've been here for about 2 hours, and I'm lonely, and the water's too cold.
Bill, I ran out of beer, and I'm down to my last cigar.
This happens to
Now,
you.
I know you said that last time this happened, you wouldn't help me again, but everybody else has said that too.
That's right.
Can you come over?
No.
Please?
No. Well, I see.
Make sure you bring some soap,
Well,
okay?
I see you got out okay.
Well,
I mean,
finally,
Again, you did this.
Mike Summers came and got me out.
Well, how nice of him to do.
He brought some soap and.
How nice.
Your little sponge bag.
Yeah.
All right.
Carrie, Al Bain from K-Bear calling.
Oh, okay. Al Bain.
Look, do me a favor. Quit leaving your underwear in my mailbox. And I know they're yours because I don't know anybody else that wears Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons underwear. So I know they're yours. Wouldn't mind as much if they weren't soiled, but quit leaving them there or I'm going to have to call the authorities. See ya.
So the little problem is back, eh?
I was wondering what that was in my mailbox, Carrie.
Way to go.
You're sick.
Nightfall.
Now, Bill?
I have it on good authority that this is going to happen. I think I know what you're going to say.
What?
I don't think you do.
Go ahead.
I'm a little upset with you.
Oh, I don't know what you're going to say.
Because all morning long, we could have been celebrating this day in the proper way. Now, for people listening now, maybe you don't know how we start the show. Bill will talk about the moon, and introduce all of the cast members, and then he'll give us a little tidbit. Like today, the tidbit was it's National Meatloaf Day.
Meatloaf appreciation, yeah.
And then we talk about
take a meatloaf to work.
We talk about how we could celebrate that throughout the day. Well, it has come to my attention that there's something else to be celebrated today.
What's that?
It's World Menopause Day, Bill.
Oh.
And I'm offended.
Oh, no wonder you're getting so pissy about this.
I'm offended that you didn't bring it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
The whole show, we could have been celebrating all day World Menopause Day.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Gina.
Right.
I know I've let you down.
Okay.
Gina, just for you.
The purpose of this film is to help the physician realize the significance of these symptoms and give proper treatment to his patients. As the ovaries become senile, ovulation may fail to occur.
There you go.
There is a progressive decrease in estrogen production. The cycles become irregular, and menstruation is less frequent until bleeding periods cease altogether. It usually occurs between the ages of 45 and 50, but it may occur normally as early as 35 or as late as 52.
Well, there you go.
And I know, Gina, the best advice that I ever heard to given to a woman who was says, why don't you just have a glass of water and go lay down?
Where did you hear that?
I just made it up.
I have this weird menopause clock that
clock?
Yeah, and every night, and my sister's kind of having the same thing right now. Every night at 2:30, I get a hot flash so bad it wakes me up, and I have to strip all of my pajamas off and open the window. And at 2:30.
So
don't
you think a glass of water would help?
If I had a glass of water at that moment, I would just pour it.
You need to have a glass of water by the bed there.
It's so bizarre.
Don't get hot under the collar about this.
Symptoms referable to the vasomotor system are very common. Hot flushes are typical of such disorders. The patient is aware of a sense of smothering and a feeling of warmth passing over the body.
Yes.
Dilatation of the superficial capillaries brings on the blushing of the face and neck.
Is it?
This may be followed by visible perspiration and later by chills.
Chills.
Yes.
Okay.
Many neurovascular changes occur, which often lead to a variety of subjective emotional disturbances, affecting every woman to a greater or less degree.
Greater.
Okay.
Let's all celebrate womanhood today.
Okay. All right.
You know, another solution for all of that, Gina. Have a slice of meatloaf.
Okay. I'll try it.
Have a slice of meatloaf. I thought you were going to ask me if Dawn Criddle, Mayor Mona Dawn Criddle, was going to be around for the Utah Word.
Oh, I hope so. Mona Community Notes with.
I have it on good authority that he will be around. He was supposed to go to a special event at school for his daughter, Sissy.
Sissy. Oh,
Sissy.
He has a daughter? Oh.
Sissy Criddle.
Okay.
That's Denver's sister, Sissy. But he's
not he's not doing that?
He said, I didn't realize it was Utah Word of the Day and Mona Community Notes. And he said, Sissy, you'll have to go,
Daddy, Daddy, could someday I be the mayor instead of Denver?
He said, your mom, LeBlonda, your mother LeBlonda will have to go with you, he said.
I want to be mayor instead of Denver. I think I'd be a better mayor than
All right,
Denver.
Sissy. All right, Sissy. That's fine. That's fine, Sissy. You're not supposed to be speaking up like that.
Listen, I'm the boy.
That's right, Denver.
And so I should be the mayor.
That's right.
It's because I'm the boy, and that's just the way it should be.
All right, Denver, that's enough.
What year is it?
You two sit down. That's enough now. I won't let you go to the Lavender Festival this year if you keep it up.
Oh, I like the Lavender Festival.
I know you do. Sissy, Denver, sit down.
I could grab an arm load and make a tree.
Yes.
A lilac ball that would smell so sweet. It wasn't really so, but it seemed to be. Lilacs popping on the lilac tree.
That's not lilacs, Denver. It's
what is it?
It's lavender.
Lavender popping on the lavender tree.
You haven't got much.
They're both
much
purple.
of a memory there.
They're both purple.
Yes, they are.
I know only one's medicinal.
All right, Denver. All right. Why don't you help Sissy with that apron she's making for your mom? Help her with that.
I don't think she wants any help with that.
Tell her I said you had to help.
All right.
The emotional disturbances of the climacteric may take the form of deep depression or complete indifference to surroundings.
Indifference?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even give a care.
All right.
You know, ma'am, lavender can help with the change.
That's true.
Lavender can help with the change.
Have a big glass of water and a lavender bath.
Have a snort of essential oil.
And then rub it right here. Right here? Yeah.
Right there?
Right there in the mid between your eyes? Yeah, right there. That'll cure cancer.
Denver, that's not where you rub it.
Where?
You can't say where you rub it, but that's not where you rub
I
it.
thought that the menopause was in her mind, Daddy.
No. It's in her female parts what aren't working so well.
I don't know nothing about those.
I know you don't. Sissy, I don't think you should be hearing this.
This
All right.
is so political. It's
Come on.
so.
This show is too political. We got to do the promo and get out of here. We're having too much.
All right, here we go.
We're farting around.
Yeah.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
7 a.m., it's another Utah Word of the Day.
Then our son Kyle is back at 8 a.m. to tell us what he's been up to.
And, of course, Todd is with us at 9 a.m. for Tuesday Tunes with Todd.
So join us for all that on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. I think we got all business taken care of. We good? Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Happy World Menopause Day.
Corey is next.